Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
They swore I was the only one with a key to their lakefront mansion. That was before I shined my flashlight under the guest bed and saw two people staring back at me. I want you to remember that as you listen to this, there is probably someone sleeping directly above you or below you right now. Someone you have never met. Someone whose footsteps and pipes and TV you've learned to ignore. When this happened, I was 27 broke and saying yes to any easy money I could get. I was the guy eating gas station sandwiches in a parking lot on Gallatin Pike after work, scrolling job listings and ignoring the student loan emails. So when a coworker told me her rich friends needed someone to house-sit their place on Old Hickory Lake, for a week it sounded like I'd won a scratch-off. 1 week in a modern glass mansion 30 minutes outside Nashville. Feed their golden retriever sleep there at night, bring in Amazon packages. No parties, no strangers, no problem. We met at a Starbucks off the highway. You know the type, too bright, too cold, everybody pretending their laptop work is important at 9 at night. They were exactly the kind of couple you picture when you think tech money. Nice watches, tired eyes, big smiles. Paul and Jenna. They showed me photos on an iPad of the house, the infinity pool spilling toward the lake, the wall of windows looking straight out over the water, the kind of kitchen you only ever see in commercials. They slid a printed packet across the table to me, alarm codes, Wi-Fi feeding schedule for their dog trash day's neighbor's number. I remember flipping through it while the espresso machine screamed in the background and one line was bolded near the bottom. There is no cleaning service scheduled while we are away. Nobody else has a key except us and you. They repeated it out loud just in case I skimmed. No maid, no gardener coming in, no handyman with a spare key. You'll be the only one there, Paul said like he was reassuring me. If you hear anything weird, it's the house or the lake. That's it. I believed him. I wish I could say there was some creepy feeling the first time I pulled up the driveway, something in my gut telling me to turn around. There wasn't. It just looked like money. Perfect grass, big glass, Ring doorbell glowing blue. The kind of place you drive past and wonder what the people inside do for a living. Inside it smelled like lemon cleaner and that fake linen scent rich people spray on everything. The AC made this soft, constant hum the sub-zero fridge purred instead of rattling like mine. Milo, their dog, trotted over like I'd always lived there, nails tapping on the hardwood. I walked through rooms that felt like showrooms, guest bedrooms nobody slept in, towels folded with hotel corners, a game room in the basement with a pool table and a TV the size of the wall. If you'd asked me that first night what the scariest part was, I would have said standing alone in front of that giant glass wall as the sun went down, staring at the black water of the lake and seeing my own reflection floating in it. The house was quiet in that expensive way where every little noise has room to echo. The ADT keypad chimed politely whenever I opened a door. The Ring app on my phone showed a clean little list of no events. I cooked a frozen pizza, watched a game with my bare feet on a couch that probably cost more than everything I owned, locked the doors, and went to bed in one of the guest rooms upstairs. The sheets were too soft. The mattress swallowed me. I fell asleep, feeling like for once, life had given me a break. If you're expecting something dramatic that first night, there isn't. Nothing moved. Nothing whispered my name. The scariest sound was Milo snoring in the hallway. The problem with nothing happened is that it makes you cocky. It makes you ignore the one floorboard that creaks differently. It makes you forget that sometimes when rich people tell you nobody else has a key, they're only telling you what they wish was true. Because 2 days later, I was in that same house, in that same guest room, on that same bed. And I was close enough to the floor to see the dust close enough to smell the wood close enough that my own breath was bouncing back at me off the rug when I put my phone down, turned on the flashlight, and finally looked under. And that is when I learned there is a special kind of quiet that only exists in the second after you realize you are not alone in the room you thought was safe. 1.1 Present-day confession. In a cheap apartment. I am typing this at a wobbly kitchen table in the cheapest apartment I could afford outside of Nashville, and the clock on my stove says 2:13 a.m. The light over my head is one of those bare yellow bulbs you get at the hardware store in a 3-pack. It hums softly and flickers if I bump the table too hard. The old white fridge behind me rattles in little bursts, like it has a cough it is never going to clear. Every few minutes I hear a car whisper by on the road outside, then the long, low murmur of the highway a few blocks away. Upstairs, somebody walks across their living room. The floor over my head complains at the same few spots, heel, toe, then stops. The window AC unit in my bedroom kicks on, breathes cold air for a while, then clicks off again. In the silence between those sounds, my fingers on this cheap laptop keyboard feel too loud. I should be asleep. I have work in the morning, but I have been putting this off for almost 5 years, and if I do not get it out now, I am starting to realize I might never do it. Let me get something straight right away. I am not a writer. I am not a cop or a detective or one of those people online who spends their nights reading case files. I used to work in logistics for a mid-sized company that shipped useless things to other people who did not really need them. I am nobody special. And technically, if you went looking for what I am about to tell you, you would not find anything. There is no neat police report with my name on it that you can Google. There is no news article. On paper, nothing really happened. No one was hurt. No one was arrested. It is the kind of thing you can file under weird story and forget if you are lucky enough to be able to forget it. I am not that lucky. Here is the one proof I do have. If you can call it that, every single night, before I get into bed, I get down on my knees like I am about to pray. I turn on the flashlight on my phone, and I look under it. Every night. No exceptions. I do not care how tired I am, or if I fell asleep on the couch and it is 4 in the morning, or if I have to be up in 2 hours. I check. I angle the light all the way to the back wall, sweep it left to right. Wait a second, and only then do I allow myself to crawl up on the mattress. People laugh when I admit that. They make the same jokes you are probably thinking right now. What you scared of the boogeyman, or what monsters under the bed, I am not afraid of ghosts. If anything is still haunting that lake house, it is doing a bad job because it has never followed me into this little box over a cracked asphalt parking lot. No, what keeps my knees on the floor and my hand on the flashlight every night is much simpler than that. I am afraid of people. I am afraid of the kind of person who can slip between other people's lives like water, who can learn the rhythm of a house, the creaks and the hums and the blind spots, and then decide one night that you are asleep enough that they can stay. I am afraid of someone lying flat in the dark, close enough to hear you breathe, while you tell yourself you are alone. If you are listening to this on a horror channel, you are probably the kind of person who likes to think you would not be fooled. I know the audience for these things. I used to be you. People who work late or drive long haul or sit up in bed with the blue glow of their phone in their face, letting strangers talk them to sleep with nightmares. You are probably thinking I would notice. I would hear them. I would feel it. That would never happen to me. I used to think that too. That is part of why I am doing this. I need at least one place outside my own head where this exists. So if it ever starts to feel like something I invented, I can point here and remind myself, no, you wrote it down, you said it out loud, you didn't make it up. There are parts of this that I still do not fully understand. There are gaps where I only have guesses. I am sure the internet could come up with better theories than I have. I am not asking you to solve it for me. I am just laying it out the way I remember it, with all the ugly little sounds and details that will not leave me alone. So before I drag you into it, let me give you a few snapshots like flashbulbs in a dark room. I will explain them later. A wall of glass looking out over black waters, so still it might as well be a hole in the world. A woman standing in a spotless living room in the middle of the day, wiping her hands on a cheap beige towel like she has done it 1,000 times before, even though she is not supposed to be there at all. A hand hanging limp off the edge of a mattress, knuckles just shy of the floor, pale fingers curved like hooks in the half-light. A gas station lot at 3 in the morning, sodium lights buzzing my bare feet on cold concrete, while I try to convince a 911 operator that I am not crazy. Those are the pictures I wake up with some nights. Those are the things that made this little ritual of mine non-negotiable. Those are the things I am going to walk you through, whether we both sleep worse afterward or not. But I am getting ahead of myself. I do that a lot when I talk about this. There is a part of me that wants to jump straight to the worst moment, like ripping off a bandage. It would be easier to just say I looked under the bed and leave it at that. The problem is that is not how it happened. The part that really scares me is not that 1 second under the mattress. It is everything leading up to it that I did not notice or noticed and ignored. The little warnings that sounded just like a fridge kicking off, or a dog's nails on wood, or someone saying a line that did not match the script I thought we were all in. So I am going to start where it started for me. And if it feels slow at first, that is because real horror almost always does. It does not bust through the window right away. It turns a knob you did not lock and waits until you are distracted. Right now in this apartment, it is just me and this table and the hum of other people's lives through the walls. I can see my bedroom from here, the dark doorway, a rectangle at the edge of my vision. I can picture my own bed, the cheap metal frame I built myself, the thrift store mattress, sagging a little in the middle. I have already checked under it tonight. I did it without thinking on autopilot before I sat down to write. But thinking about that house again, about that week on the lake, I feel the old pressure building in my chest. I push my chair back. The legs scrape across the peeling vinyl in a way that makes me wince. I pick up my phone. The screen flares bright in my hand. For a second, I stare at my reflection in it. Then I swipe up the flashlight icon and stand. The bedroom smells like dust and whatever detergent was on sale last time I did laundry. The window unit sits in the sill like a plastic tumor, dark, now quiet. I kneel beside the bed the same way I have done every night since I left that mansion, and I lift the edge of the sheet. Cold air brushes my face as I duck down. The beam from my phone slides under a sock. I missed a paperback. I dropped the metal crossbar, the scuffed wall. Nothing else. I stay there one heartbeat longer, just to be sure, until my knees start to ache against the floor. Then I let the sheet fall, turn off the light, and walk back to the table. I sit down. The chair complains again. My fingers find the keys. For a moment, everything is normal. The upstairs neighbor flushes a toilet. A car passes somewhere, a dog barks once and stops. And then without any warning, the fridge behind me cuts out. Not the usual cough and fade, not the little shudder it does before it starts up again. It just stops. The hum of the compressor dies, and with it the thin thread of white noise I did not realize I was clinging to. In the space it leaves, the whole apartment goes wrong. Quiet. No AC click, no pipes, no footsteps, no cars. For one long second, it feels exactly like the air did in that hallway by the guest room in that other house on that other night, when something under me shifted its weight and the floor answered back. The fridge kicks on again a moment later, rattling like it always does. The highway hum returns. Somebody laughs on a TV through the wall. I put my hands back on the keyboard anyway because now we are both here, and I have already started. 1.2, the job offer by the lake. Back in 2018, before the house on the lake, my life was small enough to fit between two exits on I-65. On weekdays, I was up at 6, out the door by 7, halfway through a drive-through coffee by the time the sun cleared the billboard for some injury lawyer's smile. I worked logistics for a company whose entire purpose was to move boxes from one warehouse to another and pretend it was complicated. My days were spreadsheets and tracking numbers and apologizing to people on the phone for delays that were never really my fault. The commute was always the same stretch of Interstate I-65 north, past the same clusters of fast food signs and chain hotels, past the same backed-up on-ramp, where somebody always forgot how a merge works. I learned the rhythm of it like a bad song. Some mornings I could tell from the way the brake lights stacked up in the distance exactly how late I was going to be. Lunch was usually in my car engine off AC on just enough in the corner of a Walmart parking lot or behind a gas station where nobody bothered me. I would sit there with a sad sandwich or a microwaved burrito watching people push carts through heat waves, checking my bank app and pretending the minus sign wasn't as big as it looked. I knew every gas station between home and work that had decent coffee and didn't smell like something had died in the bathroom. I knew the exact price point where I would stand there staring at the pump and think, if I fill up all the way, I'm going to have to buy groceries with the emergency credit card again. My evenings were just as exciting. I'd come home to a worn-out one-bedroom with carpet the color of old oatmeal and blinds that never quite closed all the way. Heat in the summer, drafty in the winter, the kind of place where the oven light hummed and the bathroom fan sounded like it was trying to lift the whole building off the ground. I would microwave dinner, scroll job listings I never applied to, and fall asleep with the TV on something I wasn't really watching. That was my life when the easy money showed up. Her name was Melissa. She worked 2 desks over from me at the logistics job, the kind of co-worker you trade memes and burned coffee with, but never really hang out with. She had 2 kids, a minivan, and a habit of talking while she typed, narrating her emails under her breath. One Tuesday afternoon, while we were both pretending to care about a delayed pallet of lawn furniture, she leaned over the cubicle wall and said, "Hey, you still looking for extra money?" I laughed because everyone there was always looking for extra money. "Depends. Is it legal?" She grinned. "House sitting. Friends of mine. Week on Old Hickory. They're loaded. It's basically a vacation with a paycheck." I swiveled my chair toward her. "House sitting. Yeah. They're going to some tech conference in Seattle. They hate leaving the place empty, so they usually pay someone they know to stay there at night, keep the lights on, grab packages, that kind of thing." She started ticking things off on her fingers. You feed their dog. You bring in Amazon boxes. You make sure no idiots smash a window. Maybe take a swim if you like. That's it. I tried to play it cool, but my brain was already doing the math. How much, she told me. It was basically a month of my rent for 7 days of sleeping somewhere nicer. For a second, I thought she was joking. For another second, I thought, there has to be a catch. "They're just particular," she said when I asked. "You know tech people, security stuff. They've got this alarm system and a Ring doorbell and whatever. They'll go over it with you. But they're not weird. I've known them for years. Nice people, just anxious about the house." Old Hickory Lake was one of those places I'd only really seen from the highway or on Instagram. Lake photos, boat photos, sunset photos, people my age smiling with beers on someone else's dock. The idea of actually living on it even for a week did not feel real. So that night, after another dinner eaten out of a single bowl in front of a rerun, I texted the number she gave me. An hour later, I had an appointment to meet the homeowners the next evening at a Starbucks near Hendersonville. If you have ever been in a Starbucks after dark on a weeknight, you know the atmosphere. Too bright, too cold, too clean. The air smells like burnt espresso and sugary syrup. Half the people there are hunched over laptops convincing themselves they are getting somewhere. The other half are killing time before something they do not want to go home to. I got there early because that is what poor people do when money is on the line. I bought the cheapest coffee I could order without sounding like a jerk and sat by the window watching reflections float over the parking lot outside. They arrived right on time. Paul and Jenna, mid-40s, better dressed than everyone else in the room without being obvious about it. He had the sort of watch you do not buy at the mall. She had that tired, polished look of someone whose job involves too many meetings and not enough sleep. They were friendly. That was the first thing. Smiles that reached their eyes, though there was something wired underneath, like neither of them ever truly relaxed. We shook hands. They knew my name already. "Melissa speaks very highly of you," Jenna said with the kind of tone people use when they are used to hiring nannies and contractors. We sat at one of those tiny round tables. Paul pulled an iPad out of his bag almost immediately, like he'd been waiting to show me. "Let me give you a sense of the place," he said. Photo after photo slid past under his finger. A modern 2-story house with wide decks and floor-to-ceiling glass, looking out over Old Hickory Lake. A private pool in the backyard lit from within at night like a turquoise rectangle spilling into black water. A dock with a boat tied up wooden planks disappearing into morning fog. Inside, white sofas, hardwood floors, a kitchen with more stainless steel than my entire apartment building. "It's not as big as it looks," he said, which was a lie. I nodded along, feeling about 2 inches tall. Somewhere between the picture of the massive living room and the shot of the bedroom that looked like something out of a hotel brochure, a number settled in my chest. My rent paid off just for existing there for 7 nights. Jenna slid a manila folder across the table toward me. It was thick. "We put together a little guide," she said. Inside was a printed packet as organized as any work manual I'd ever seen. Alarm codes for the ADT system with diagrams of which sensor was where. Wi-Fi network name and password. Feeding schedule for their golden retriever Milo. Trash pickup days. Emergency contacts including the neighbor across the street and the local sheriff's office. I flipped through, impressed and slightly intimidated. Near the top, 3 rules were highlighted in yellow: no parties. No more than 2 guests at a time. Do not sleep in the master bedroom. That's non-negotiable, Jenna said, tapping the 3rd line with a manicured nail. We had a cousin stay once, and anyway, just pick any of the guest rooms. There are plenty. I made some joke about not wanting to mess up their fancy pillows, and they laughed, but there was a stiffness to it. The rules were not really about the pillows. Near the bottom of one page, a block of text was bolded and underlined. There is no cleaning service scheduled while we are away. Nobody else has a key except us and you. Paul leaned in, made sure I was looking right at that part. We've had people assume we have a maid or a pool guy or whatever, he said. We don't. Not while we're gone. So if you hear someone say they're here to clean or here to check something, you call us first. Every time. Okay, I said. Jenna nodded. We're not trying to freak you out. We travel a lot. Word gets around when a house is empty. We've never had a major issue, but we'd rather be overly careful." Paul gave this half smile that did not quite reach his eyes. "You'd be surprised what happens around the lake when people think no one is home," he said, like it was a joke. I asked what he meant because that is what you do when someone dangles a sentence like that. "Nothing crazy," he said quickly, waving a hand. "Kids messing around. A couple break-ins a few years back. It's better now. We've got security, the neighborhood watches out for each other." He did not elaborate, and I did not push. The money was humming in my ears too loud. We went over dates, times, what day they were flying out of Nashville, and when they'd be back. I signed a basic printed agreement that might as well have been a rental form. They promised to text me all the codes and app logins I'd need. We shook hands again by the door. Outside, the parking lot smelled like exhaust and coffee grounds. The sky over the strip mall was that washed-out purple it gets just before real night. "Thank you again for doing this," Jenna said. "It really gives us peace of mind." "Think of it as a mini vacation," Paul added. "You get the run of the place. Just, respect the rules." "I will," I said, and meant it. We split them to their newer, cleaner SUV, me to my old Honda with the stained seat. I sat there with the door open for a second, letting the cool air hit me, feeling like something big had just shifted a little, and I did not know in which direction yet. My phone buzzed before I even started the engine. A new text from an unknown number, Paul. He had sent me a list of logins and a screenshot from the ADT app, so I could recognize what it looked like. At the top of the screenshot lines of text, in neat all caps, "Front door, open, close, 6:03 p.m., living room motion, 6:04 p.m., normal stuff." My eyes slid down without meaning to. One line timestamped 2:41 a.m. 2 nights before stood out, interior motion, guest hallway. There was a tiny note under it, no alarm, inside sensor. I stared at it for a second, thumb hovering. I remembered Paul saying they had been home, asleep upstairs. They had not mentioned being up at 2:41 a.m. I texted back some safe reply. "Got it, thanks," because what else was I going to say? A minute later, another bubble popped up. "Probably just a sensitivity issue," Paul wrote. "The system sometimes picks up the dog. Nothing to worry about." I told myself he was right. I told myself houses make noises, sensors glitch, dogs wander. I put the phone in the cup holder, started the car, and pulled out of the lot, filing that little line of text, interior motion. Guest hallway. 2:41 a.m., somewhere in the back of my mind, with all the other things I planned to forget. 3. First drive to the mansion. The day I first drove out to the house, the weather did not match the way I remember it. In my head, it is always gray and heavy, like a storm was waiting over the lake. In reality, it was one of those late afternoon Tennessee days where the sun is still too bright, the sky washed out blue and the air sitting in a warm haze over the asphalt. I left work a little early with Paul's address punched into my phone, the GPS voice politely telling me where to turn as I pulled away from the familiar mess of strip malls and fast food. For a while, it was all the same: gas stations, warehouses, a discount tire place, the usual parade of things you stop seeing once you have driven past them enough times. Then the signs started thinning out. The road narrowed from 4 lanes to 2. The further I got from the interstate, the more the pavement buckled a little under my tires, patched places showing through darker gray. Trees started closing in, growing taller and closer to the shoulder, their branches forming a partial canopy that flickered sunlight across my windshield. Every now and then, between house roofs and stands of trees, I would catch a glimpse of water. just slivers at first, flashes of flat blue-gray behind someone's backyard, a sudden flare of reflected sunlight off a distant ripple. Each glimpse reminded me that this was not just any neighborhood. It was an expensive one built around a body of water, which means everyone pretends they are more relaxed than they really are. The GPS told me to turn left off the main road onto a quieter street. I slowed, blinker clicking in the otherwise empty lane, and rolled past the first few houses. It was a very specific kind of quiet. Not abandoned, not rural. The quiet of people who can afford to keep their noise inside. Lawns were aggressively maintained, grass, 2 green edges, 2 straight shrubs, trimmed into perfect rounded shapes. Driveways held SUVs and pickup trucks that were all the same 3 colors, white, black, or silver. No rusty sedans, no project cars on blocks. A few mailboxes had tasteful vinyl decals with last names in cursive. Here and there, the lake announced itself more loudly. A boat trailer parked beside a garage with a clip-on trolling motor still attached. Kayaks flipped over in side yards like half-buried hollow bones. Little metal signs on chains at the edge of some properties, private dock. No trespassing, residents only. Violators will be prosecuted. Security signs were everywhere, stuck in mulch beds and next to mailboxes, ADT Ring, some local companies I did not recognize with names like Lake Guard Security and Safe Shore Systems. I remember thinking how funny it was that people move to the water for the view and then ring their property with warnings and cameras so that nobody else can enjoy it. The GPS chimed and told me my turn was coming up. The street I needed was a short, curved finger of pavement ending in a little cul-de-sac that poked right up against the edge of Old Hickory Lake. There were only 6 or 7 houses on it, each one big enough that they did not need many neighbors. Paul and Jenna's place was near the end on the right, looking exactly like the photos, and yet somehow larger. It was a modern 2-story box with just enough angles and stone to keep it from being a glass cube. The front had huge panes of tinted glass and sections of gray stone cladding broken up by dark wood siding that was probably real, something imported and expensive. A 3-car garage sat to the left. Doors closed their smooth white faces, reflecting the slanting sun. The driveway was short and sloped slightly down from the road, just enough that you felt the car dip a little as you pulled in. I parked awkwardly near the top of the driveway so I would not block them if they needed to leave in a hurry, killed the engine, and sat there for a second. From where I was, I could see over the roofline of the house to where the sky opened out, and beyond that, a sliver of the lake itself, flat and dark and waiting. When I got out, the air felt different than it did in my neighborhood. Cleaner, but with a hint of something rotting far away, the sweet, faint smell of lake water and wet leaves. A squirrel ran along a fence and disappeared. Somewhere across the cul-de-sac, a wind chime clinked once and then was still. As I walked up the short concrete path to the front door, a motion-activated porch light snapped on above me, washing the entry in warm yellow. The Ring doorbell on the right side of the frame woke up with a soft electronic chime and a blue ring of light. A tiny camera eye stared dead at my face. I had the uncomfortable sensation of being led into a place that was already watching me. Before I could decide whether to knock or text, the deadbolt turned with a muffled clunk, and the door opened inward. Paul stood there in jeans and a t-shirt, a carry-on bag at his feet. Behind him, the house glowed cool and dim like a picture on a screen. "Hey," he said, stepping back to let me in. "Perfect timing. Come on, let me show you around before we have to head to the airport." Crossing the threshold was like changing channels. The late afternoon heat and bright porch gave way to cool, filtered air. The HVAC was set lower than any thermostat I'd ever dared to touch in my own place. It carried the faint, sharp scent of cleaning products and the softer overlay of some kind of candle linen or sea salt, something that tried very hard to smell like nothing at all. The floor under my shoes was dark hardwood, smooth and cold. Somewhere deeper in the house, I could hear the almost silent hum of something expensive, a sub-zero fridge or a dishwasher mid-cycle. All the noises in here were low and polite. I had just enough time to glance at the open living room white sectional couch, big wall-mounted TV, built-in shelves, before a blur of gold fur came barreling into my shins. Milo was bigger than I expected, that heavy, friendly golden retriever weight that feels like it could knock you over if it wanted to. His nails clicked a frantic rhythm on the floor as he tried to greet every part of me at once. His breath smelled like kibble and dog treats. "Hey, buddy," I said automatically, going to my knees to scratch his head. "Guess we're roommates, huh?" "He already likes you," Paul said, sounding relieved. "That's a good sign." He led me through the tour like he had done it for other sitters before. First, the kitchen, an island big enough to sleep on quartz countertops, every appliance stainless steel, and built into the wall's drawers that closed with a soft shh of hidden mechanisms. He showed me where Milo's food was, how much to scoop where the leashes hung. The sub-zero fridge hummed quietly behind us like a big metal animal, never rattling, never clanking like mine did. From there, we stepped into the living room. The sectional couch formed a U facing a TV so large it might as well have been a window to another house. But it was the real windows that grabbed me. The entire back wall was floor-to-ceiling glass looking out over the backyard. Through it, I could see the pool, a perfect rectangle of still blue, framed by stone, and beyond that, the lake. In the fading light, the water was starting to go from blue to ink, the surface picking up only hints of the sky. The glass made it feel like the outdoors was right there, one thin layer away, like you could fall forward and keep falling until you hit the water. "Automatic shades," Paul said, as if sensing my discomfort. "All controlled from here." He tapped a panel on the wall. "If the sun gets too intense, or at night, if you don't want anyone looking in." I nodded, but the idea that someone could be out there on the other side of that glass, seeing everything in here if the shades were up, slid into my mind and stayed. Upstairs, he showed me the guest rooms, each one with a neatly made bed, crisp white sheets, matching lamps, a bathroom shared between some private in others. It felt like walking through a catalog. "This one's our office," he said, opening a door to a room with a standing desk, dual monitors, and a view of the lake. "This one's probably best for you," he added at another, pointing to a guest room with a queen bed and a window facing the backyard. We passed the master bedroom door at the end of the hall. It was closed, a simple white door like the others, but somehow it felt heavier. "Off limits," Paul reminded me with a small smile. "We keep that locked while we're gone." I did not ask what was inside. I pictured walk-in closets full of clothes that cost more than my car, and a bathroom with a tub that looked like a sculpture. Downstairs again, we took a quick detour into the small, finished basement that served as a game room. Air hockey table, pool table, another TV-framed sports memorabilia on the walls. It smelled a little different down there, less candle, more carpet, and faint beer. As we walked, the house made its own background music. The low whoosh of air through vents, the faint, constant rumble of something working somewhere, compressors, pumps, electronics. Tiny ticks and pops from wood adjusting to the dropping temperature outside. Every time Paul opened an exterior door, the ADT keypad near the kitchen chirped a bright little chime like a bird that only knew one note. When he slid the back door open, it made a different tone, higher and sharper. He pointed to the keypad and the panel on the wall. "You'll get used to those sounds," he said. If you hear them when you haven't opened anything, that's when you call me. We ended back near the front door. His carry-on bag was waiting along with a sleek black backpack. Jenna was not there. She was meeting him at the airport from work. Milo paced between us, sensing departure. Last thing Paul said, pulling out his phone. The Ring app. It's pretty straightforward, but I'll show you. He opened it and turned the screen so I could see. A list of events filled the display, short lines of text with tiny thumbnail images on the left, timestamps on the right. Motion at front door, motion at driveway, person detected all in boring font. He tapped the live view to show me how to check who's out front before opening the door, then backed out to the history again. My eyes slid over the entries without meaning to motion at front door. Today, 4:32 p.m. me arriving. Motion at driveway, yesterday, 2:10 p.m. Then one from 3 nights ago caught my attention, motion at front door, 11:12 p.m. The thumbnail next to it was the size of a postage stamp, but even at a glance I could see a figure standing in the pool of porch light. A person facing slightly away from the camera head, turned just enough that the face was more suggestion than detail. Short hair maybe, or hair pulled back. Shoulders hunched in a way that did not look like a delivery driver posing with a package. No brown box in sight. Before my brain could finish forming that thought, Paul flicked his thumb up, scrolling the list so that entry slid off the top of the screen and disappeared. Package delivery or something, he said lightly. We get a lot of those. Don't worry too much about every notification. You'll go insane. He smiled, locked the phone, and slipped it into his pocket. I nodded, forcing myself to look away from where that little blurred person had been. It was probably nothing. Of course it was nothing. But as he picked up his bag and we stepped out onto the porch together, the ring chiming and glowing blue again, I could not shake the feeling that I was not the first stranger to stand on that doorstep and wait for someone to let them in. 2.1 Playing house. They left faster than I expected. 1 second, Paul was walking me through how to arm the system from the keypad by the front door. The next, there was an Uber in the driveway, a flurry of text us if you need anything, a quick hug for Milo, and they were gone. The door shut behind them with a soft, heavy sound that did not match the thin sheet of my own apartment door back home. Through the glass sidelight, I watched the taillights of their SUV disappear up the short street and around the curve. And then it was just me. Me, the dog, and a house that suddenly felt 3 sizes bigger without their voices in it. The quiet came in like a tide. First, the fading crunch of tires on gravel, then the distant engine hum slipping away, and finally just the soft, steady breathing of the house itself. HVAC humming somewhere in the walls. The faint, almost silent thrum of the fridge in the kitchen. A tick from the ceiling as something settled. Okay, I said out loud, because people talk to themselves in empty places, let's not screw this up. First order of business was making it feel less like I had broken into a staged home. I locked the front door, turned the deadbolt, and just like Paul had shown me, tapped in the alarm code. The ADT keypad chirped cheerfully and flashed armed stay. A tiny green indicator blinked like it was keeping watch. Milo watched me with his head tilted, as if he could not quite believe these people had put me in charge. When I held up the bag of kibble, he immediately decided I was trustworthy. The laundry room was off the kitchen, bright and too clean, with a front-loading washer and dryer that looked more expensive than my car. His food bin was tucked in the corner. The sound of his kibble hitting the stainless steel bowl was oddly loud in the otherwise controlled silence, a sharp plastic rattle cascade that filled the room for 2 seconds and then vanished. While he ate, I walked the house alone for the first time. It felt different without Paul's voice guiding me. I went slowly, hand-brushing the smoothness of the banister as I climbed the stairs, fingers ghosting over light switches as I flipped them on and off. Each click of a switch woke up a pool of light, carved out another safe little island in the open floor plan. I tested the back slider, unlocking it and pushing it open a few inches. The track whispered on its rollers, and the alarm chimed its higher, quicker note. Warm lake air slipped in, carrying the sounds of the backyard, gentle hiss of the pool filter, a bug buzz, the tiny slap of water lapping at the edge of the concrete. I shut it and locked it. Watched the ADT panel accept the new status with a blinking icon. I peeked into the guest rooms again, this time alone. Identical beds with smooth white duvets, lamps on matching nightstands, neutral art on the walls, abstract things that did not mean anything, just color and motion. Every room smelled faintly of cleaning supplies and fabric softener. No personal clutter. It made the place feel less like a home and more like a high-end rental somebody never really settled into. Back downstairs, the domestic fantasy kicked in. I pulled open the freezer and found 3 frozen pizzas stacked in a neat row, like they existed for me specifically. I picked one, read the instructions twice, even though it was not complicated, and slid it into the huge stainless oven. The preheat beep sounded soft and refined, not like the harsh nasal alarm on my own oven that always made me jump. When the blower fan inside kicked on, it sounded like someone gently clearing their throat in the next room. While it cooked, I wandered the living room. Up close, the sectional couch was even bigger than it looked in the photos, the cushions deep enough that you could disappear into them and not be seen from behind the back. The remote control for the TV was heavier than mine, a smooth black rectangle with too many inputs. I figured it out eventually. When the screen came on, the room lit up in moving color. A game was on, some late-season baseball matchup I would normally only half watch. The sound through their surround system was unsettling at first. It made the crowd noise sound like it was coming from just over my shoulder. The announcer's voice seemed to come from somewhere above the TV, like he was leaning down from the ceiling to talk directly at me. Behind all that, through the glass wall, the lake had turned into a black panel, perfectly mirroring the interior lights. Instead of seeing water, I saw another living room hanging upside down the couch, the TV, the lamp, a ghost of me on the cushions reflected against the night. If I stared too long, I got the uncomfortable sense that if I walked forward, I might keep going straight through the glass and out into that darkness, no surface to stop me. The oven beeped politely when the pizza was done. I ate it off a plate that probably cost more than my entire set at home, sitting cross-legged on the couch, watching people on the screen run bases in stadium light, while the house hummed around me. For a little while, it was easy to pretend, easy to play house, easy to imagine this was my normal rich people appliances, a view instead of a parking lot, a dog that was not mine but acted like it was. I had one hand on a slice of pizza and the other on my phone, flipping between the game stats and the Ring app, just because I could, watching the little empty thumbnail of the front step. At one point during a commercial break, I muted the TV. The change was like pulling cotton out of my ears. Without the commentary and synthetic crowd noise, I could hear the house's true bass line. The constant low hum of the pool equipment through the glass. A distant boat engine on the lake jittering across the water and then fading away. Insect noise high and steady from the trees down by the shore. Somewhere in the walls, the AC turned on a soft whoosh, pushing cool air out of vents overhead. It felt like the house was reminding me there is a whole world out here beyond the screen. That was when I thought I heard the knock, just one soft and flat like knuckles against a hollow core door. Not the front door, it did not have that solid entry hall echo. Somewhere else. Maybe upstairs. Maybe the side door to the garage. Maybe nothing at all. Milo's head did not come up from where he was sprawled on the rug. The ADT keypad did not chirp to announce a door opening. I sat there holding my breath for a full 10 seconds, ears straining, waiting for a follow-up sound. Nothing. Houses make noises, I told myself. This one had more house to make noise with than I was used to. Pipes expand, wood shifts, air moves. Somewhere a neighbor could have shut a car door, and the sound just bounced weird. I unmuted the TV, the spell broke. Later, when the game was over and the last light had leaked out of the sky, I did another lap, more out of nervous energy than necessity. Checked the front door. Locked. Backslider. Locked. Garage door. Closed red light on the opener, glowing peacefully. I pulled the shades down over that big glass wall so the lake would stop staring in. For the first night, I picked the guest room he had pointed out earlier, the one facing the pool. It felt strategic. If someone came up from the lakeside, maybe I would hear them splashing or see motion. If someone came from the street, at least the hallway would be between me and them. The bed was obscene. That is the only word I have for it. The mattress hugged me, and all the places my own mattress at home sagged away. The white duvet was too soft, like sleeping under a hotel cloud. The pillows actually held my head instead of collapsing under it. For a second lying there, I forgot this was not my life. I set my phone on the nightstand, with the screen facing up, the Ring app still open on the home page. The little thumbnail of the front step showed nothing but the top half of the door and a slice of porch. No motion events listed since I had come in earlier. The night sounds followed me into that room. Through the closed window, I could still hear the faint whisper of the highway far off, a constant low rush that never quite went away. Every so often a boat passed down on the lake, its engine making a brief rising growl before fading into the insect chorus. Milo's dog tags clinked as he turned 3 circles in his bed out in the hallway and flopped down with a sigh. The AC kicked on and off at intervals, filling the room with soft white noise that smoothed the edges off everything else. I stared at the ceiling and did my own math again. 7 nights here. 1 month of rent handled. Some food money. Maybe enough left over to pay down the credit card a little, or at least pretend to. The last thing I remember thinking before I drifted off was that the universe had finally tossed me a bone that was not attached to anything ugly. Just easy money for once. Just a nice week in someone else's life. Sometime in the middle of the night, I half woke. I did not open my eyes all the way. I was in that floaty place where dreams and real sounds mix. But I remember the feeling of coming up toward consciousness because something had jabbed at it. A sound. One single drawn-out creak from the hallway just beyond my door, like a floorboard slowly bending under weight. Milo barked once, sharp, offended, and then immediately quieted, as if someone had put a hand on him, or as if he had decided on his own that it was not worth making noise about. I shifted on the mattress, felt the expensive foam hug my shoulder, and told myself again that houses make noises. Dogs dream. I let the AC wash over me and sank back down. In the morning, when the light came in, pale around the edges of the blackout curtains, I swung my feet out of bed and nearly stepped on Milo. He was lying just inside the guest room doorway, paws stretched over the threshold, chin on the floor. Eyes blinking up at me like he had been caught doing something he should not. I was absolutely sure that I had shut him out into the hall before I went to sleep. I liked the idea of the dog being able to roam, not pacing around the bed all night. Now the door was slightly ajar, not enough that I would have noticed it in the dark, just enough that a determined nose or a careful hand could have pushed it open. "Did you guard me all night?" I asked him, scratching his head. His tail thumped once against the doorframe. At the time, I thought it was sweet. 2.2. Life by the lake. The first morning at the lake. started the way I imagine rich people think every morning starts for them. I woke up later than I usually did for work. Sunlight leaking around the edges of the blackout curtains in a soft, expensive way, instead of the harsh strip of light that cut across my old apartment like a blade. For a moment, I forgot where I was. The mattress under me was too soft, the sheets too smooth. Then Milo's wet nose pushed under my hand, and I remembered right, I'm in their world now. Downstairs, the kitchen looked like the aftershot in an infomercial. Nothing out of place, no crumbs, no sticky rings on the counter. The stainless steel appliances reflected the morning light in hazy streaks, making everything look even cleaner than it probably was. On the counter sat the espresso machine. It was glossy black and chrome, all levers and buttons and little icons. My entire coffee routine back home was a $20 drip maker with a cracked carafe, so looking at this thing felt like being handed the controls to a small aircraft. There was a handwritten note taped next to it. Coffee. Press Americano for black latte for milk. Beans in hopper. Enjoy, Jay. I pressed Americano because it sounded safest. The machine whirred to life with a low growl, then a higher-pitched grind as it chewed up fresh beans somewhere inside its body. Steam hissed. A thin stream of dark coffee poured into the waiting mug, topped by a little swirl of crema like you see in ads. The smell was so strong and clean that for a second I actually felt guilty drinking it in a t-shirt that had holes in it. Milo's leash hung by the back door. When I clipped it on, he did a full-body shake that jingled his tags and made his whole back half wag. I slid open the glass door, the alarm chimed its high note, and we stepped out onto the patio. Morning by the lake was a different world than last night. The air was cool and damp, hugging my skin instead of burning it. A thin mist floated above the surface of the water, like somebody had laid a sheet of gauze over the lake. The sun, not fully up, turned everything a low gold that made even the concrete look softer. Our path took us down a short set of stone steps through a strip of grass and onto the wooden dock. The planks under my feet felt slightly damp old water soaked into new wood. Somewhere under us, the lake lapped lazily against the posts, making small, hollow sounds. Milo trotted ahead, tail up, nose active. The leash went taut when he reached the end of the dock, where a little metal cleat waited empty, no boat tied to it at the moment. He sniffed every inch of that cleat, like it had a story to tell. Across the water, other houses watched us. Some had their own docks, some just sloped lawns down to the rocky edge. A few porch lights were still on pale in the strengthening daylight. I heard a fish break the surface somewhere off to the right, a quick splash, and then silence. Far off on the other side of the lake, the thin buzz of a lawnmower started up. The sound carried more clearly over water bouncing off the flat surface and sliding around my ears. Birds chattered in the trees along the shoreline, the kind of layered, messy noise you never hear in the city, where everything is drowned under engines and voices. Morning. The voice came from a few docks down. I turned to see an older man kneeling by his boat hands, busy with a rope. He wore a faded Tennessee Titans cap, a t-shirt that had known better days, and the squint of someone who has spent a lot of hours staring at sun on water. I lifted a hand. Morning. He straightened up, wiped his hands on his shorts, and gave us a once-over. His gaze lingered on Milo first, then on me. I could feel the assessment stranger, not a local, probably the house-sitter Melissa mentioned, to someone who mentioned it to him. "You staying up there?" He called, nodding toward Paul and Jenna's house. "Yeah," I said. "Just for the week." "House-sitting. Good to see somebody in it." He tugged the brim of his cap. "Empty houses draw the wrong kind of attention out here." There was an easy way to let that go, just nod, laugh, say "I bet," and move on, but Something in the way he said it, half casual and half pointed, made me bite. What kind of attention, I asked. He shrugged, but it was the kind of shrug people give when they know more than they want to say. Oh, you know. Kids getting bold, thinking nobody's home. Folks poking around where they shouldn't be. We had some break-ins years back, but it's been quiet. Cameras help, alarms, neighbors keeping an eye out, that kind of thing. He jerked his chin toward the shore. As if on cue, I noticed the forest of little security signs, more clearly blue and white ADT badges, ring logos, names of other companies staked at the corners of lawns and near dock paths. Milo let out a low, friendly woof, breaking the moment. The man's eyes softened. "Beautiful dog," he said. "They've had him a while. House just looks wrong when it's dark. Better with lights on. You enjoy your week, son." He bent back to his rope, conversation over. I stood there a second longer, the cool of the dock seeping through my socks, his words echoing quietly in my head. Empty houses draw the wrong kind of attention. I told myself he was just being neighborly. Old guys with boats love to sound like they know something you don't. The rest of the morning was normal, or as normal as my life had ever looked in that setting. After the walk, I fed Milo and opened the dishwasher to put away a few glasses, watching how the racks slid out so smoothly they felt weightless. I set my mug back under the espresso machine for a second round I did not really need, just because I could. With nowhere to be and nothing urgent on the agenda, I did something I had never had the luxury to do in a place like that. I wandered. I went room by room exploring. Not snooping exactly, I wasn't opening drawers or reading paperwork, but I did open every door that wasn't the master bedroom. Linen closets stacked with neatly folded towels, each one the same shade of white. A hall closet with coats I didn't touch. A pantry with rows of labeled jars and backup boxes of cereal. Upstairs in the hallway outside the guest rooms, there was a narrow door I had not noticed the first night. It opened onto a small linen closet crammed with extra sheets and blankets, all vacuum-packed in plastic storage bags. I knelt to slide one out and saw that in the back right corner of the closet floor, the wood was scuffed up. Not scratched like a dog's claws. Scuffed like something heavy with a hard edge had been dragged across it more than once. The lines were pale against the darker finish, crossing and crisscrossing in a messy rectangle shape. I stared at it for a moment, trying to picture what had been there. A heavy box of Christmas decorations, a trunk, one of those plastic tubs full of old blankets. It was the kind of thing you would never notice if you lived there all the time, or if you did, you'd know the story behind it. For me, a stranger in their curated space, it stuck out like a bruise under makeup. In one of the guest rooms I wasn't using, the bedspread had a faint, narrow crease along the right side of the mattress. Not the big straight line of a fold from laundering, but a smaller curved disturbance like someone had sat there on the edge of the bed, leaning forward for a while, then slid off. I ran my hand over it lightly. The fabric smoothed under my fingers, but the impression was still visible from the right angle. Cleaners, I muttered to myself. Staging. Somebody sat down while they were working. I had no reason to think anything else. I had walked this whole house with Paul the day before. The cops had not yet been in my future. The idea that someone else could be using these rooms when the owners were away never crossed my mind in a way that stuck. By early afternoon, the sun was high, and the sky had gone that clear, unreal blue that makes you feel like you are standing inside a screensaver. The temperature climbed, and the pool out back looked less like a photograph and more like an invitation. I changed into the one decent pair of swim trunks I owned, grabbed a towel, and stepped out onto the patio. The pool water was colder than I expected. It bit pleasantly at my skin as I slid in, the shock of it waking up muscles I forgot I had. When I ducked under, the world above turned muffled, the hum of the outside replaced by the muted roar of being underwater and the steady whir of the pool filter pushing currents along the tiled walls. I swam slow laps, not trying to prove anything, just letting my body move in the clean, chlorinated blue. Every time I turned my head to breathe, I caught a warped glimpse of the house glass wall towering over me, the back of the couch visible through it, my own shape flickering in the reflection between water and window. After a while, I flipped onto my back and just floated. Above me, the sky was an empty canvas. No clouds, no birds in that exact moment, just a wide, pale expanse that made me feel both very small and strangely safe. The sun warmed my face. The cool water cradled everything else. The pool filter hummed. Somewhere a boat engine droned lazily for a few seconds and then cut off. When I kicked my feet, the sound of the splash echoed weirdly off the glass behind me, a hollow doubled sound, like someone else was kicking in sync on the other side. I closed my eyes and listened. To the gentle slap of water against the coping, to Milo's occasional bark from inside when a car rolled past in the cul-de-sac, to the low, unbroken hum of a house that had accepted, at least for now, that I belonged inside it. For a short, bright slice of time that afternoon, with the sun on my skin and the lake spread out beyond the fence, I felt almost comfortable. Like the house had taken a slow breath around me and decided in its own way that I could stay. 2.3. The Woman in the Glass. The second swim that day is the one my brain replays the most. Not the easy float in the blue noon, but the one later when the light went gold and everything started to look soft around the edges. It was late afternoon, that stretch of time when the sun sits low enough for the light to come in sideways and make everything look prettier than it really is. The patio was divided into two worlds, one half blasted by orange sun tiles, hot enough to sting bare feet, the other half in deep shade under the overhang cool concrete, and the dark rectangle of the open living room behind the glass. Milo chose the shade. He curled himself against the wall near the slider chin, on his paws, eyes half closed. Every so often his ears flicked at a cicada screech or a distant engine, but otherwise he was in that dog doze where they're resting but ready. The cicadas were loud enough that you could feel them in your teeth. They buzzed in waves from the trees down by the lake, a constant electric sound under everything else. Somewhere out on the water, a speedboat whined the pitch, rising and falling as it carved invisible lines on the surface. Closer to me, the pool made its own smaller noises, the soft slosh of water against the tile when I moved, the quiet hiss of the filter, pushing a thin current along the walls. I slipped into the water again, and the heat of the day came off my skin in a wave. I started doing lazy laps, nothing impressive, just kicking from one end to the other, pulling with my arms. My mind was on nothing and everything. The weirdness of waking up in someone else's nice life. The number in my bank account. The idea of sending a photo of this pool to people I grew up with, and lying about how things were going. Halfway down the length of the pool, with my face in the water and my arms moving on autopilot, I got that feeling. You know it. That prickle at the back of your neck like a cold hand rested there. The skin between my shoulder blades tightened. The hair on my arms, already slicked down by water, seemed to try to stand up anyway. There is no logical reason you should feel watched when you are alone in a backyard in broad daylight, but my body did not care about logic. Something in me decided very suddenly that I was not alone. I kept swimming for a couple more strokes, because that is what people do. We pretend we did not hear the thing, did not see the shape. Then the feeling sharpened to pressure, like someone's eyes were touching the middle of my back. I stopped mid-lap, my hands finding the floor of the shallow end. For a second, I just stood there, heart rate ticking up, water slicking down my face. I wiped my eyes with the heels of my hands and blinked the chlorine blur away. The first place I looked was the fence line by reflex, the edges of the property. Nothing there except trees, a sliver of the neighbor's lawn, and the glint of water beyond. No shadow of a person, no weird movement. Then slowly I turned toward the house. Through the huge living room windows in that wall of glass that had been just view and reflection up until that moment, there was someone standing inside. Not Paul, not Jenna, not me. A woman stood near the end of the couch, a few feet back from the glass, facing straight out. She was framed perfectly by the reflection of the sky behind me, like a photograph hung on the inside of the world. She looked to be mid-30s, maybe a little older, with shoulder-length, dark hair pulled back in a low, practical ponytail. She wore a beige polo shirt and dark jeans, the kind of basic work clothes you'd see on someone in a grocery store or cleaning crew, nothing dramatic, nothing you'd notice twice on the street. Her arms hung at her sides, loose but straight. Her head was tilted just enough that I could tell she wasn't staring blankly. She was looking at me. The distance between us was only the width of the pool and the thickness of the glass, but it felt like an entire mile of bad decisions sat between where I was and where she stood. For one solid second, we just looked at each other. Water dripped down my face and chest. The cicadas screamed. My heart slammed so hard it felt like it was hitting bone. In my head, over the top of everything else, ran one clear, flat sentence. This house is supposed to have no maid. Nobody else is supposed to have a key. I did not think, is she a ghost or anything cinematic like that. I thought, I am in a locked house I don't own, and there is a stranger inside it who is not supposed to be there. My body moved before my brain finished that thought. I lunged for the edge, grabbed the rough stone coping, and hauled myself out. My wet feet hit the tile and immediately slid a half-inch. My heel skidded out, and I slammed my hand down on the concrete to catch myself. Pain shot up my wrist. The towel I'd dropped earlier was a damp lump near the steps. I scooped it up like a shield, not that it would help with anything. By the time I reached the sliding door, my chest was heaving. Water ran off me in a trail, droplets darkening the stone like footprints. I grabbed the handle, shoved the door open hard enough that it rattled in the track, and stepped into the living room. The alarm chimed its little note at my back, comically calm. "Hey!" I shouted louder than I meant to. The woman jumped. Up close, she did not look like a horror movie specter. She looked like a person who had just been caught where she maybe should not be. Her eyes went wide, mouth parting a little in surprise. Up close, I could see faint lines at the corners of her eyes, a hint of tiredness. "Sorry," she said quickly, holding her hands up a little, palms out. Her voice had a soft accent, Spanish maybe, or somewhere close. Sorry. I am cleaning. I am the cleaning. I come twice a week." She gestured awkwardly toward the floor, and that was when I saw the other details. Beside the couch near her feet sat a bright blue plastic caddy filled with cleaning supplies, spray bottles, a roll of paper towels, a rag thrown over the handle. A yellow mop bucket stood a little further away. A mop leaned in it, damp string head, leaving a faint wet mark on the polished hardwood. An upright vacuum rested near the kitchen archway, its cord still wrapped. All of it was so normal, it felt almost staged. My brain hit a wall and tried to reverse. I clutched the towel tighter around my waist, suddenly aware of the fact that I was dripping all over the nice floor in swim trunks. You're the cleaning lady," I said, because sometimes your mouth just repeats the last thing it heard. "Yes." She nodded quickly. "Cleaning. I am Marla." She touched her chest when she said her name. "I clean for Paul and Jenna. Long time, many years. I always have key." Hearing their names come out of her mouth did something to me. like she'd said a magic word. Behind me, Milo trotted in from the hall tags, jingling. When he saw her, his entire body wagged. He went straight to her tail, sweeping the air, sniffing at her caddy and her pants like she was an old friend. "Hey Milo," she said, reaching down to scratch his head without hesitation. "Good boy." If I had been alone in that moment, no dog, no cleaning supplies, just a strange woman in a beige shirt, I think I would have called 911 on sheer adrenaline. But there she was, with a mop and a vacuum and a dog that clearly knew her. In my head, a piece of paper unrolled itself, the packet Jenna had slid across the Starbucks table, the bold text near the bottom. "There is no cleaning service scheduled while we are away. Nobody else has a key except us and you." I could see the words as clearly as if I were holding them, but they felt distant, like they belonged to some other situation, some other house. My face burned with embarrassment at the idea that I might have misunderstood, that maybe that note was old or for a previous trip, or maybe they'd made a last-minute exception and forgotten to mention it. "Paul and Jenna know you're here?" I asked, trying to make my voice sound casual and not like my pulse was roaring in my ears. "Yes, yes," she said, nodding vigorously. "Always. I come before they go, I come when they are gone. Twice a week. Same days." She seemed nervous now too, like she thought I might be security testing her. Her English stumbled a little. "I just do kitchen floors, living room. Very quiet. No bother you." The mop bucket, the vacuum, the dog leaning happily into her hand, all of it pressed against the words in that packet. For a moment, the two realities, the written one and the one standing in front of me, warred in my head. I told myself that the owners were busy people, that they could have easily forgotten to update a line in a document, that maybe they usually had her skip the week when someone was staying there, but this time schedules crossed. More than anything, I told myself that if Milo trusted her, I was being paranoid. "Okay," I said, finally feeling ridiculous, standing there dripping on their expensive floor with a towel fisted in my hand. Yeah, that's fine. I just didn't know anyone was coming today." "I am sorry," she said again. "I come now, I am gone quick. You go, it is okay." She gave a little half bow of sorts toward the stairs. "You shower. I clean here." Very quiet. I hesitated one more second, caught between the part of me that wanted to plant myself there and watch her every move, and the part that was suddenly very aware I was half naked and uncomfortable. "Okay," I repeated, weaker this time. "I'll, go get dressed." Upstairs, the house felt different with someone else moving around below. The normal creaks and hums had a new layer, faint footsteps crossing the living room, the low surge of the vacuum starting up, then cutting off. The squeak of wheels as the mop bucket was moved, the soft slap of wet mop against hardwood. In the bathroom, I turned on the shower and let the water run hot steam filling the glass enclosure. Even with the water pounding against tile, I could still make out the rhythm of work from below in patches, the vacuum again, then the clack of it bumping into something and being redirected. Cabinet doors opening and closing. Once over the sound of the shower, I thought I heard something that did not fit. The squeak of a door down the hall upstairs, where no one was supposed to be. A soft thud like something set down gently on carpet. I turned the water down, held my breath, listened. Nothing. Just the vacuum droning faintly below, then stopping. A few seconds of silence. The distant buzz of cicadas seeping through the walls. Houses make noises, I told myself, rinsing shampoo from my hair. People move. She's cleaning. That's literally what she's here to do. By the time I stepped out of the shower, my earlier fear felt overblown. The mirror was fogged, my skin pink from the hot water, and the idea that I had panicked over a cleaning lady made me feel stupid. I dressed in fresh clothes and headed downstairs, rehearsing something normal to say. "Do you need me to sign anything? Or can I get you water?" Something that would make me sound like a person who belonged in a house that had a cleaning schedule. The living room was empty. The mop bucket, vacuum, and caddy were gone. No streaks on the floor, no damp patches, no trail of water. The TV was off. The couch cushions were exactly as I'd left them. The sliding door was shut and locked. The ADT panel glowed steady. For a moment, I wondered if I had taken too long, if she had finished and slipped out without wanting to bother me. The air smelled faintly stronger of lemon cleaner now, a thin, sharp note that sat in the back of my throat. In the kitchen, everything looked the same except for one small detail. On the island next to the fruit bowl lay one of the ceramic knives from the block by the stove. It had been removed from its slot and placed flat on the counter handle toward the sink blade, pointing straight toward the hallway that led to the stairs. It was such a small thing that my brain almost skipped right over it. I picked it up, frowned, and slid it back into its place in the block. Maybe she had wiped under it and forgotten to put it back. Maybe Paul had left it out earlier and I hadn't noticed. It was nothing. Just another tiny, sharp detail in a house full of them that I did not yet know how to read. 3.1 Friends, games, and jokes that aren't jokes. The first night I had other people in the house was the first time the whole cleaning lady thing started to feel less like a funny misunderstanding and more like a problem I was trying not to see. It was a weeknight, just after 8. The sky outside had gone from blue to that deep navy that still holds a little light. The glass wall at the back of the living room had turned into a reflection of the house's insides, again Lamp's couch. My own shape moving from room to room laid over the dark weight of the lake. I heard them before I saw them. Tires crunching up the short driveway, low bass from someone's car stereo, then headlights sweeping past the front windows and throwing big moving shadows across the ceiling. Milo lifted his head from the rug, ears perked, tail starting to thump. The doorbell pinged its bright, polite chime, and the Ring app on my phone buzzed in my pocket a second later. Person at front door. When I opened it, the night air breathed in around two familiar shapes. Tyler was first through the door in a faded band t-shirt and backwards cap, grinning like a kid. Dev followed behind, glasses fogging slightly from the temperature change, one hand holding a six-pack. They both smelled like cheap gas station cologne and the inside of a car that had been driven a little too fast. "Dude," Tyler said, stopping dead in the entryway to look up. "What the hell? This is not a house. This is a cheat code." Dev whistled under his breath. The vaulted ceiling over the foyer took the sound and sent it back down in a softer echo. "So this is what logistics buys you, huh?" "Shut up," I said, but I could not help smiling. "This is not my house. I'm basically the dog sitter who got lucky." Milo, as if to prove the point, barreled into them, nails scrabbling on the tile. He knew them from my place. My old apartment was his occasional weekend hang when Paul and Jenna had to leave town. Seeing him here with them in this echoey, expensive foyer made the whole thing feel even more unreal, like I had photoshopped him into the wrong background. Their excited voices bounced off the walls as I took them on the grand tour. I showed them the kitchen first. Tyler opened the fridge just to see what rich people cold felt like, and stood there grinning at the rows of neatly arranged bottles and stacked leftovers in glass containers. Dev prodded the espresso machine like it might bite him. "Bro, this thing cost more than my car," he said, pressing a random button and jumping when it hissed. From there, we moved into the living room. I killed the overheads so the lamps did the work. The warm pools of light made the couch look inviting, and the lake behind us even darker. Out beyond the glass, the opposite shore was a dotted line of house lights and dock lamps, their reflections shivering long and thin across the water. The sky above that was a blank black dome. Tyler walked straight to the windows and leaned his forehead against the cool glass. "You can see everything," he said. "You could just sit here and watch people's little lives across the way." "Pretty sure that's what they do," I said. Downstairs, the game room got the expected reaction. "No way," Dev muttered, as the overhead lights flicked on pool table in the center, air hockey against one wall, a second big TV mounted opposite a scuffed leather couch. There was a faint smell of old beer and something lemony leftover cleaner from some past gathering. We cracked open a couple of beers, put some classic rock on through a Bluetooth speaker someone had left connected, and settled into the kind of evening we used to have in cramped apartments and crappy bars. Playing games, talking trash, pretending none of us had to clock in anywhere in the morning. Pool balls cracked and clicked against each other, the sound sharp against the low rumble of the HVAC. Milo's tags jingled every so often as he wandered between us, and occasionally the ADT chime floated faintly down the stairs, a door opening, someone letting the dog out to the yard for a quick run. Every now and then, the house reminded us it was there, a soft thump from upstairs, the kind of single deep knock that might be a water heater or might be a settling beam. The air conditioner cycling off, leaving a brief, bare silence before the speaker music filled it. It was halfway through a game, Tyler lining up a long-shot tongue between his teeth. Dev already predicting he'd scratch that I mentioned her. I do not even remember what made it come out. Something about how weird it felt to have so much space to myself, how I kept expecting someone to come home and kick me out. "They do have a cleaning lady, though," I said, almost as an afterthought, chalking my cue. "She popped in earlier while I was in the pool." Scared the hell out of me. The sound in the room shifted. The music kept playing quietly. The air still moved, but both of them froze in that way that makes you realize a joke has landed wrong. Tyler straightened up slowly, Q still pointed at the table. Dev looked at me over the rim of his beer. "A cleaning lady," Dev said. "Yeah, Marla." I tried to make it sound harmless. "She let herself in while I was outside. Has a key and everything. Says she's been cleaning for them for years." Tyler squinted. "Didn't you say when you got this gig that they were all intense about nobody else having a key?" I felt my shoulders lift in a shrug I did not really feel. I mean, that's what I remember from the packet. But maybe that was old info. She knew them by name and the dog was all over her. She had a mop bucket vacuum cleaning supplies. It checked out. "Dude." Tyler set his cue down, all the slack gone from his posture. "Think about that sentence you just said. She had a mop bucket. You can buy a mop bucket at Walmart." Dev nodded slowly. "And a dog will get excited for the Amazon guy if he smells like anything interesting. You sure your brain isn't like filling in trust where there shouldn't be any?" The fluorescent light overhead hummed louder for a second, or maybe I just noticed it. "She said she comes twice a week," I said defensively. Called Milo by name. Knew where the stuff was in the kitchen. "Anybody who's been inside could clock where they keep the cleaning supplies," Dev said. "You didn't call the owners," I hesitated, thinking of my wet footprints. My embarrassment at having burst in like a horror movie protagonist only to be confronted with a beige polo and a vacuum. "I was going to," I said. Then I felt stupid. They're on a work trip. Last thing they want is me freaking out about their maid. Tyler stared at me like I'd grown a second head. Last thing they want is some stranger in their house who isn't supposed to be there while they're out of state. I felt something tighten in my chest. The memory of the bold text in the packet surfaced more clearly, like someone had adjusted the focus. Without another word, I put my cue down and headed upstairs. They followed, beers in hand, the music drifting up behind us. The ADT panel chirped quietly as we passed it. Status unchanged, everything ready and secure in green letters. In the guest room where I'd dropped my duffel, the manila folder lay exactly where I'd left it on the dresser. I flipped it open with fingers that suddenly felt clumsy. Pages of instructions fluttered until I found the one I wanted. There it was near the bottom in bold, underlined, "There is no cleaning service scheduled while we are away. Nobody else has a key except us and you." The words seemed heavier now, sitting on the page like small weights. Tyler read them over my shoulder and let out a low curse. Dev put his beer down on the dresser without a coaster, which was its own kind of profanity in that house. So Dev said quietly, "Either they forgot they have a maid they always use, or somebody lied to you today." "They're not idiots," Tyler added. "They don't forget security stuff. Text the guy, now." The air felt thicker, like the room had shrunk half an inch on all sides. I pulled my phone from my pocket thumb, hovering over Paul's name in my recent texts. For a second, I pictured his face at Starbucks, the easy smile, the way he'd scrolled past that Ring thumbnail without missing a beat. I typed, "Hey, quick question. Your cleaning lady named Marla came by today and cleaned. Just wanted to make sure that's okay." I stared at the screen for a heartbeat, then hit send before I could talk myself out of it. The message whooshed off, leaving that empty space underneath, like an open mouth waiting for an answer. We went back downstairs because the alternative was standing there staring at my phone like it would change time. The mood was different now. We still played pool, still made jokes, but there was a new edge to them. Laughs that came out a little too loud, glances thrown toward the stairs when the house made a noise. Every time my phone buzzed with some unrelated notification, my heart slammed until I saw it was just an app telling me something meaningless. No response from Paul. "At least if she comes back, there's 3 of us," Tyler said at one point, half joking, racking the balls with more force than necessary. "Yeah," Dev said. "We'll ask for her resume." The ADT chime sounded once when I let Milo out to the yard to pee, then again when he came back in shaking rainless water from his fur. The lakeside windows showed only our reflections and a few distant dock lights. It was getting late when the weird thing with the bathroom happened. Dev had disappeared upstairs to use the bathroom down the hall from my room. He was gone long enough that Tyler and I started mocking him from the bottom of the stairs. "You fall in," Tyler called. "You need a rescue team." "Shut up," Dev answered, but his voice sounded off. When he came back down, his face was a shade paler than before, the kind of change only noticeable because I'd known him for years. He held his beer but did not drink from it. "You were in that bathroom earlier, right?" he said to me. "No," I said slowly. "I've only used the one off my room. Why?" He glanced back up the stairs like he half expected someone to be standing there. "Because the bath mat in there is damp," he said, like someone stood on it with wet feet. "But the sink is dry. Shower's dry. Toilet lid's down." For a second, nobody said anything. The music from the basement sounded distant and tinny from here, like it belonged in another house. "You sure it's not just from when they were here before they left?" I offered, hearing how weak it sounded as it left my mouth. Dev shook his head. "Man, it's not kind of damp. It's fresh, like someone just got out of a shower. And there's this one little spot darker than the rest, like a heel." We all looked up toward the dark square of the hallway at the top of the stairs. Somewhere above us, a floorboard creaked. 3.2, the text that changed everything. Tyler and Dev left a little before 11:30. We did the usual goodbye routine at the door, half-serious jokes about me not getting murdered by a fake maid, promises to do this again when I was back in my shoebox apartment, a last round of rough pats for Milo. Their footsteps faded down the front walk. The heavy front door closed with that deep, padded thud that said money. Through the sidelight glass, I watched their taillights wash the driveway in red as they backed out, then swing away down the curve of the street. A second later, the engine noise thinned, then disappeared into the general nighttime hum around the lake. It went quiet in a way that felt different than the other quiets I'd already gotten used to. The house was the same size it had been an hour earlier, but with their voices gone, it felt like someone had hit a button that expanded all the empty space inside it. The entryway seemed taller, the hallway longer, the living room more like a stage where everyone had exited and forgotten to tell me the show was over. Milo looked up at me once, as if asking whether there was going to be a second wave of guests. When it was clear there would not be, he did a big dog sigh and padded back toward the living room nails ticking on the hardwood. I locked the front door out of habit, even though I knew the alarm would tell me if it was open. The deadbolt slid into place with an echo I felt more than heard. Then I started pacing. The kitchen was on a dimmer, and I left it low. Under cabinet lights washed the counters in a soft, yellow-white strip, leaving the rest of the room in a smooth gradient of shadow. The stainless steel fridge hummed steadily, a low, constant presence at my back. Every time I crossed the tile, my socked feet made a faint whispering sound. My phone sat on the island where I'd tossed it earlier. I picked it up. No new messages. Time 11:32 p.m. I told myself I would give it 10 minutes before checking again. I lasted maybe 60 seconds. Milo followed my route, looping from the kitchen doorway to the end of the island and back. His tags clinked softly, claws tapping a little on the tile when he got too excited and forgot to keep his steps controlled. Once he bumped my leg with his head, like he could smell the adrenaline starting to build under my skin. It's strange how loud a house can be when you're waiting for one specific sound. I could hear the AC fan pushing air through vents overhead. Every so often it would cut off, and the absence would ring in my ears. Outside, the muffled whir of the pool pump carried faintly through the glass, blending with the insect drone along the shore. The clock on the microwave ticked each minute over without remorse. I checked my phone again. 11:39 p.m. Nothing. I tried to distract myself by rinsing a couple of beer bottles and putting them in the recycling bin. The clink of glass on glass made me jump. I wiped down the already clean counter with a paper towel, which felt like a parody of what someone with real problems would do. By the time the clock on the stove flipped to 11:58, I had worked up a perfectly good mix of irritation and unease. Maybe he was in a different time zone. Maybe he'd silenced his phone. Maybe they were out having drinks after whatever conference thing he was at, and I was over here sweating in his kitchen about a woman with a mop. My phone buzzed. The sound made me flinch, like someone had fired a gun in the room. I snatched it up so fast, I almost launched it off the counter. One new message from Paul. What cleaning lady ? For some reason, that second one made my throat go dry. Before I could type anything, another bubble popped up. We don't have a cleaning lady. Nobody should be in the house except you. It felt like the temperature in the room dropped 10 degrees in about half a second. My body reacted before my thoughts caught up. My heart kicked into a higher gear. A cold rush started at the base of my skull and ran down my arms, leaving my fingertips tingling. The edges of my vision sharpened. The hum of the fridge behind me suddenly sounded too loud. The AC fan overhead too strong. The faint whir of the pool pump outside too intentional, like something breathing. Milo's head snapped up from where he'd been lying on the floor, eyes fixed on me, sensing the shift. The phone buzzed again, this time with an incoming call. Paul's name lit up the screen. I answered and hit speaker, setting the phone down on the counter because my hands didn't feel trustworthy. "Hey," I said. My voice came out thinner than I wanted. tell me everything," Paul said. He sounded calm, the way people sound calm when they are trying very hard to sit on top of a panic. His words were clipped precise. In the background, I could hear airport noise announcements, rolling suitcases, a distant child crying. I swallowed. She said her name was Marla. Dark hair, shoulder length pulled back. Mid-30s, maybe 40s. Beige polo shirt, dark jeans. Latin accent, I think. She had a mop bucket vacuum cleaning caddy. Said she'd been cleaning for you a long time. Milo knew her. As I talked, I could hear the rapid tapping of keys through the phone like he'd put me on speaker too and was pulling something up at the same time. "Height?" he asked. Roughly. I closed my eyes, replaying the image of her through the glass, then standing next to the couch. 5'5", 5'6". Not tall, not short. Average, not big, not skinny either. Just normal. Did she say your name? Jenna's voice cut in from the background, smaller but sharper. "No," I said. "Just sir. And you shower, I clean here." That kind of thing. She called Milo by name, though. "That dog would go home with a burglar if they scratched his ears," Jenna muttered. Paul came back in. "Listen to me," he said. "We do not have a cleaning service. We have never had a regular maid. We've used a company a couple of times in the past, but no one has their own key. No one is scheduled while we are gone. The only keys to that house are on me, on Jenna, and in your pocket. That's it." I dug my free hand into my jeans and felt the cool, solid shape of the key against my fingers, like it might tell a different story. It didn't. "So how did she get in?" I asked. My mouth felt dry. "When you were in the pool," Paul said. "You said you were outside when you first saw her, right? Was the back door locked?" I pictured myself in the water, the slider cracked open to let the air in, the cheerful little ADT chime when I'd stepped out. "No," I admitted. "I left it open a bit," I figured. "You figured you were in a gated neighborhood on a quiet cul-de-sac in the middle of the day," Paul finished for me. There was no anger in his voice, just a tight resignation. "We did too. Then we put the cameras in." I pressed my palm flat on the counter to stop it from shaking. The under-cabinet light made my skin look bloodless. "Look," he said, dropping his voice lower. "There are two possibilities here. One, she watched the house, saw you outside, slipped in the side or the back, while the door was unlocked, and made herself look like she belonged. Two." He trailed off. On the other end, I could hear the subtle change in ambient noise that meant they were moving through some terminal wheel of a suitcase hitting a metal plate. "Two," I pushed. "Two, she's been in there before," he said. "Maybe while we were asleep. Maybe while we were gone and we never caught it. Maybe she had a key copy made at some point. I don't know. But I am telling you, we did not hire anyone named Marla." Jenna spoke again, closer to the phone now. "Are you alone?" she asked. "Just me and Milo," I said. I scanned the room as if someone might materialize from behind the kitchen island. "Doors are locked, I think." "Okay." Paul's voice snapped back into that clipped, careful mode. "Here's what I want you to do. Right now, while we're on the phone, I want you to check every door and window you can see from where you are. Lock them, set the alarm to stay. Then go sit in a well-lit room, living room, kitchen, whatever, and stay there. Don't go playing hero, don't go exploring. I'm going to call the sheriff's office that patrols the lake and ask them to drive by, maybe come in and check. You understand?" "Yes," I said. My own voice sounded far away. As he talked, another sound slid under his words, a faint creak from somewhere upstairs, like a single board flexing under slow weight. I froze, eyes tipping up toward the dark square of the stairwell. Houses settle at night, I told myself. Temperature drops, wood moves. that's all. Milo, I said quietly. He was by my leg, pressed close, staring at me instead of toward the noise. That helped, and didn't all at once. Did you hear that I asked into the phone before I could stop myself? Hear what Paul said. Nothing, I lied. The house. It's making noises. That's all it is, Jenna said, but she didn't sound like she believed it either. We walked through the lockdown together. I stayed on the main floor, moving room to room with the phone on speaker in my hand, like a lifeline. Front door locked deadbolt, engaging with that heavy clunk. Backslider latched ADT panel chirping acknowledgement. Garage door sealed red LED dot winking on the opener. I checked the windows I could reach, making sure latches were turned the right way. Milo stayed glued to my side close enough that his fur brushed my calf with every step. When I came back to the kitchen, the alarm keypad showed "Armed Stay" in calm green letters. Paul told me again to stay put, that he'd call the sheriff and then text me. Do not open the door for anybody who just shows up without you seeing a patrol car or us telling you first, he said. If you hear anything weird, call 911, then call me back. We hung up. The kitchen seemed to exhale around me. I stood there listening to the hum of my own blood in my ears. A few moments later, my phone buzzed again. This time it was a text. No words, just an image attachment from Paul. I opened it. It was a screenshot from the Ring app. Same style I'd seen in Starbucks, but zoomed in on the thumbnail I'd barely registered before. Night vision contrast made everything grainy and high contrast: the porch, the door, the slice of siding. And there in the center, under the porch light, was a woman. Shorter than the doorframe average build. Dark hair pulled back. Her face was turned slightly away, but the outline was there. Beige-ish blob of a shirt, dark pants. Her hands hung at her sides, empty. Timestamp 3 nights ago. 11:12 p.m. Below it, Paul had typed, "This was while we were home. We were asleep upstairs. We never heard the doorbell." 3.3, sheriff in the hallway. When the patrol car finally rolled into the cul-de-sac, the whole neighborhood seemed to light up and hold its breath at the same time. I saw it first as a wash of red and blue sliding across the ceiling of the living room. Reflections from the front windows, turning the white paint into a slow-motion police siren. Milo's head snapped up. My heart was already high from the text. Seeing those colors made it climb an extra step. I stepped to the front door and peered through the sidelight. The cruiser eased to a stop in front of the house engine, idling low. The lake behind it caught the flashes and smeared them into a shifting oil slick of color. Somewhere deeper in the neighborhood, a dog started barking, then another. The radio in the car crackled faintly when the engine cut. 2 doors opened in quick succession. I heard boots on gravel, the dry crunch of shoes on the driveway. Then knuckles on wood, 3 solid knocks that sounded a lot less like pipes and a lot more like real people who go somewhere at night when you call for help. I checked the Ring app anyway because Paul had drilled it into my brain. The live view showed 2 uniformed deputies on the porch tan shirts, dark pants badges that threw back little sparks of porch light. No beige polo, no mop bucket. I disarmed the alarm just long enough to unlock the door and open it. The ADT keypad chirped at my back, protesting. "Evening," the taller one said. He had a shaved head, a trimmed beard, and the kind of tired, assessing eyes that told you he'd seen enough stupid things to be hard to impress. The other deputy was younger, wiry, clean-shaven, a little too alert. Both wore body cams clipped to their chests and utility belts loaded down with gear, radio cuffs, flashlight, holstered gun, extra mags. The smell of leather and old coffee drifted in with them. "You the house sitter?" the older one asked. "Yeah," I said. My throat felt dry again. I'm the one who called. Well, the owner called you, but he gave a short nod already stepping inside. I'm Hale. This is Carter. We're gonna take a look around, all right. You got the dog. Milo hovered behind my legs, ears back, unsure whether to be friendly or suspicious. He's friendly, I said, just loud. Hale glanced down, held out a hand for Milo to sniff. Hey, buddy, he said as if he'd met him 100 times. You tell us if something's off, yeah. I shut the door behind them, set the alarm to off on the keypad so it wouldn't scream every time we opened something, and tried to walk them through it without sounding like I'd completely lost my mind. I started with the story. In the kitchen, under the hiss of the under-cabinet lights and the steady hum of the fridge, I told them about the afternoon swim, the feeling of being watched, the woman in the glass. Beige polo, dark jeans, shoulder-length dark hair. Marla, the mop bucket and vacuum. The way Milo had gone straight to her like she belonged there. I pointed out where the caddy had been by the couch, where the mop bucket had sat the patch of floor, where I'd nearly busted my wrist trying to get back inside. I described the smell of lemon cleaner, the ceramic knife on the counter pointing toward the hall. Hale listened with his arms folded occasionally, glancing around like he was mapping the story onto the room. Carter kept his eyes moving in small, quick sweeps from windows to corners to doors, as if expecting someone to step out mid-sentence. Then I showed them the packet. We stood at the island while I flipped to the bold lines, my finger under the words, about no cleaning service, nobody else with keys. Carter read them out loud under his breath, expression flattening. So they're saying no one's authorized to be in here except them and you, Hale said. And you're saying this woman acted like she owns the place. She acted like she'd been here a lot, I corrected. My voice sounded too high in my own ears, like this was just another Tuesday. Hale nodded once. All right. The walkthrough was systematic. They started with the main floor. The living room first, behind the couch under the console table corners where shadows pooled. Carter crouched to check under the coffee table, his flashlight beam cutting across the rug in a white stripe. Milo followed him like a furry shadow, sniffing each place he pointed the light. The kitchen was next. They opened the pantry, peered behind stacked cereal boxes and neatly labeled containers. The laundry room, washer and dryer, dog food bin, shelves of detergent. Hale moved aside a tub of cleaning supplies, with his boot checked the floor behind it. Nothing but dust and a lone dog hair tumbleweed. We went into the garage. The automatic lights flicked on overhead with a hollow buzz, revealing the 3 empty parking bays, a wall of shelves with boxes and tools, a neatly hung row of garden implements. The air smelled of rubber and oil and the faint, hot tang of whatever the garage had soaked up over the summer. Carter checked behind the stacks of storage totes, tapping each one, listening for hollow spots. Hale ran his fingers along the side door frame, then gave the handle a testing jiggle. Locked. No pry marks on the jamb, no scratches on the lock. Looks good, he said. Upstairs, their boots on the hardwood made the old house noises sound sharper. Every floorboard creak was amplified by my nerves. They went room by room. Guest bedroom, 1 closet, empty except for extra hangers. Under the bed, nothing but dust ruffles and the lost corner of a tag from a sheet set. Guest bedroom, 2, same routine. My room, they glanced at my duffel and the rumpled bed, then dropped to check under that too. Carter's flashlight slid across the metal frame, the scuffed wall, the bare floor. The bathroom Dev had used got a longer look. The bath mat was dry now, or at least not suspiciously damp. If there had been an impression of a heel earlier, it had either faded or been hidden by the overnight air. Hale lifted the edge of the mat anyway, checking for anything stashed in that small, stupid space people always forget. Nothing. The hallway linen closet with the scuffed floor in the corner made Carter pause. He ran the beam of his flashlight over the pale scrape marks I'd noticed earlier kneeling to touch one. "Looks like they dragged something heavy," he said. "Probably storage," Hale replied. "You see anything else?" Carter shook his head. "No, just used." They didn't open the master bedroom. The door was locked and I didn't have a key. Hale jiggled the knob anyway, then checked the frame. No damage. All the while, the house responded to their presence like a living thing being prodded. Hinges squeaked as doors opened. Floorboards complained at new weight. The AC clicked off once, and the sudden stillness made every breath sound too loud. Back downstairs, they checked the obvious entry points again. The sliding glass door to the patio locked and unlocked under Hale's hand. He ran his thumb along the latch eyes, scanning the frame for scratches or misalignment. "No sign of forced entry," he said. "If she was in here, she walked in when a door was open." "Like when I was in the pool," I said quietly. "Exactly." In the kitchen, Carter examined the back door leading to the side yard, then the small windows over the sink and in the laundry room. All locked, no cracks, no pry marks. We ended back in the living room, the three of us standing there with Milo sitting in the middle like some furry, confused mediator. "Look," Hale said, hitching his belt a little. "Here's what this sounds like to me. Could be someone who's been watching the house. Maybe she's come around in the past when the owners were out of town, slipped in when the place looked empty. Maybe tried a door, found it open, walked in like she belonged, grabbed whatever she could find. She didn't take anything," I said. "Not that I know of. Nothing looks moved." He shrugged. "She might have been casing. People get comfortable, they push their luck. This time there's a car in the driveway and a house sitter, and maybe that throws her. So she leans into it, plays the maid. See how much she can get away with. Some of these petty thieves are bold." It was almost reassuring the way he flattened it into a story he'd clearly told before. Not a stalker, not something new, just another repeat character in his nightly patrol narrative. "Point is," he went on, "we didn't find anyone here now. No sign of forced entry. No indication she's hiding in a closet or under a bed. We'll file a report. We'll add this address to our watch list. We'll swing by a little more often. You," he gave me a look that was stern but not unkind, "keep your doors locked. Don't prop anything open. Set your alarm. If you see her again or anyone else who doesn't belong, you call us immediately. Don't argue with them, don't play along." Carter, still by the front door, added, "I'll take a quick look at your ring history before we go just to see if anything stands out." We gathered around the little glowing screen while he scrolled. Motion at front door, person detected the usual. He paused on the nighttime thumbnail Paul had sent, zoomed in with his thumb and forefinger. The woman was there, grainy and half-turned, a smear of lighter pixels under the porch light. "Night mode makes everybody look like Bigfoot," he said finally. "Could be anybody. Sales wrong address, someone checking if you're home. These things go off for bugs and headlights too. Can't put too much weight on every ping." We checked the ADT panel next. He had me arm and disarm it, watched the log populate with entry, cha-chash, exit timestamps, and interior motion. Living room when Milo and I moved together. "See," he said. "System's working. You're moving it records. We're moving it records. It's gonna ding every time something breathes. Don't let it run your life, but don't ignore it either." They left a few minutes later. More boots on gravel, more radio crackle, the door shutting behind them with that same padded thud. The red and blue lights washed over the hallway one last time, then faded away down the street and vanished. The house inhaled the silence again. My phone buzzed almost immediately. FaceTime call from Paul. I answered, and his face appeared in a little rectangle airport fluorescent light bleaching him out. Jenna hovered beside him, both of them looking like they'd aged a year in the hours since Starbucks. They didn't find anything he said skipping hello. No, I said. They think she might be some petty thief, someone who's been watching the house. They told me to lock up, set the alarm call if she comes back. I propped the phone against the backsplash so they could see more than my chin, and turned the camera to show the kitchen, the living room, the locked slider. I moved slowly, narrating as if the screen were their eyes. "Can you show me upstairs?" Jenna asked. I hesitated, something about going back up there alone with just a phone and a dog between me and whatever might still be hiding, but said yes. Milo fell in at my heel nails, clicking on the stairs as I climbed. The house seemed suddenly too quiet, the AC in one of its off cycles, no pool pump noise reaching this high. Halfway up, I passed the ADT keypad on the wall in the hall. Its small screen glowed pale green. A blinking line of text at the bottom caught my eye. Motion. Guest hallway, 23 min ago. For a second I thought it was just logging where the deputies had walked, but we'd been with them in the living room and kitchen for a while now. 23 minutes ago put us... I did the math in my head, counting backwards through the evening. 23 minutes ago, we hadn't been with the deputies yet. We hadn't even been at the front door. We'd been downstairs in the game room, music on, laughing too loud, ripping into each other about the damp bath mat and the maid, who might not be a maid. There was a timestamp next to the alert. It lined up almost perfectly with when all three of us had been below ground level, pool table between us, no one near the hallway above. "Paul," I said. My voice did that thin thing again. "Look at this." I tilted the phone so the camera could see the keypad. He went quiet on the other end. Jenna leaned closer into frame. "That's upstairs, right?" she said. "Guest hallway." "Yeah," I said. My mouth felt dry as paper. "Up here. Outside these rooms." And this was Paul's voice, dropped 23 minutes ago. I nodded, even though I knew they could not feel that through the screen. "Where were you 23 minutes ago?" he asked, already knowing. "Downstairs," I said. "Game room. All three of us. Dog was with us too." The house, like it was listening, let one small creak slip from the floorboards at the end of the dark hallway. 4:1. Decision to stay. There is always a moment in these stories where the person could just leave. I know that now, listening to other people's confessions, watching comment sections fill up with, "I would have been out of there immediately." This was that moment for me. After the sheriff's car disappeared and the house swallowed its own silence again, Paul and Jenna stayed on FaceTime a little longer. Their background had changed from the bright harshness of the terminal to a dimmer corner somewhere, probably near their gate. Their faces were tired, their voices edged with something that sounded uncomfortably like guilt. "You don't have to stay," Jenna said finally. "We mean that. We can call a neighbor, have them keep an eye out, and you can just go home tonight. We won't be mad. We'll still pay you something." "Yeah," Paul added. "If you're not comfortable, you leave. Stuff is just stuff. We can cut this trip short if we have to." The idea of them cutting a work trip short because of me made something twist in my stomach. I looked around the kitchen at the 2 clean counters and the perfect rows of cabinets and tried to picture telling them I bailed because of one weird woman and a couple of creaks. My brain started doing the thing it always does when it gets cornered: math. 1 week here was a month of rent. A month of rent was one more month where I did not have to choose between the power bill and the student loan minimum. If I walked away now, I'd be going back to the same tiny apartment, the same minus sign on my bank app, just with more anxiety and less money. Fear yanked in the other direction. A woman had let herself into this house while I was in the pool. Someone had stood at this front door at 11:12 p.m. 3 nights earlier, while the owners slept upstairs. Something had walked the guest hallway when all of us were 2 floors down, music up, laughing too loud. I remembered the sheriff's boots on the stairs, the flashlight beams under beds. The fact that they hadn't found anyone should have made me feel safer. It didn't. It just proved that whoever was slipping in and out was good at not getting found. "I don't want you to feel trapped there," Jenna said. "We can call Mrs. Harper across the street, have her keep an eye out from her window. We can get a hotel when we get back if you'd rather we meet you later for the key. You don't have to be a hero." "I'm not trying to be a hero," I said, which was true. I am not built for heroics. I'm built for spreadsheets and carrying too many grocery bags at once. What I did not say was that I was also tired of feeling like the kind of person who ran from anything hard. I think. I picked at the edge of the counter with my thumb, feeling the smoothness under my nail. I think intruders don't usually come back the same night after cops show up. Right. They got their scare. They know someone's home. If she was casing the place, she'll move on. It sounded reasonable coming out of my mouth. "Real burglars want TVs and jewelry," I added, even though my stomach nodded as I said it. She didn't take anything. She just cleaned, or pretended to. If she was going to do something, wouldn't she have already done it? There was a pause on the other end of the call. I could almost hear them exchanging a look. "We don't want you taking unnecessary risks," Paul said carefully. "I'll lock everything again, set the alarm, sleep with the dog," I said. "If anything else happens, I'll leave and call you and the cops. But I think I can handle one night." If I could get through this night, I told myself the rest of the week would feel smaller. This was the peak of the weirdness. It had to be. They eventually agreed reluctantly. We hung up with a flurry of "text us if anything changes, and seriously do not play around with this." The call ended and their faces vanished, leaving me staring at my own reflection in the black screen of my phone. I slipped the phone into my pocket like it was a talisman and started my second lockdown of the night. This time I did it without an audience. I walked the perimeter of the main floor, touching every lock with my own fingers. Front door deadbolt turned until it could not go any further. I gave the knob a firm twist. The house held. Backslider latched the frame solid. The ADT keypad in the hall watched me with its flat green eye. Side door off the laundry room locked chain in place. Outside, the lake had gone fully black. The house lights from the opposite shore floated on it like a broken string of holiday bulbs. The pool glowed an artificial blue rectangle underwater lights, making the surface shimmer. The hum of the pump was steady, mechanical, weirdly soothing if I pretended it was far away. Inside, the sounds were smaller. The tick-tick of the kitchen clock, the low whir of the fridge compressor cycling, the occasional tick and pop of cooling metal as the day's heat leached out of the house's bones. When I was satisfied that everything that could be locked was locked, I armed the system again. The keypad gave its cheerful little melody and flashed "armed stay." The small indicator light glowed green. If you believed the panel, the world was under control. Lights were the next decision. Too many on, and you feel like a specimen on display. Too few, and every shadow becomes a potential person standing still. In the end, I left the kitchen under cabinet lights on, plus a lamp in the living room, and the hall nightlight upstairs. Enough to draw a soft path through the house, not enough to cast sharp shadows. The question of where to sleep suddenly felt more serious than it had the night before. The guest room I'd used already had a big window that looked out onto the pool, and beyond it, the glass wall and the lake. In daylight, that view felt like a bonus. At night, with the knowledge that someone had stood on that porch and peered in while the owner slept, it felt like an invitation. I chose a smaller guest bedroom at the back of the house instead. No lake view. Just one window looking toward the neighbor's place, a dark, quiet two-story with a dim porch light and a flag hanging limp in the still air. The room itself was simple. Double bed with a plain headboard dresser against one wall, nightstand with a ceramic lamp closet with sliding doors that vanished into the wall like they were trying not to exist. A thick rug covered most of the hardwood, dulling potential creaks. It felt less like a hotel ad and more like all the forgettable spare rooms I'd ever slept in. That somehow made it better. Milo padded down the hallway beside me as I went in, but when I stepped over the threshold, he stopped. His nails clicked to a halt just outside the doorway. I turned to see him standing there, body angled away, ears slightly back. His tail did a slow, uncertain wag that didn't match his usual full-body enthusiasm. "Come on," I said, patting the mattress. "Room service. Big bed. We're moving up in the world." He whined. It was a small sound, barely more than a breath with a note in it, but it froze me more effectively than a shout would have. I patted the bed again, tried to make my voice lighter. "Milo, come on." He stepped forward with his front paws, putting them over the line of the threshold, then pulled them back like the floor was hot. His eyes flicked from me to the far corner of the room, then to the closet, then back to me. It hit me then that for all his friendliness, Milo spent more hours in this house than anybody. He knew its sounds, its drafts, its patterns. "You don't like this one?" I asked, softer now. His tags jingled when he shook his head, which I know is not how dog behavior works, but that's how it felt. The stupid, stubborn part of me wanted to force it, drag his bed in, shut the door, insist that I was in charge, and this is where we were sleeping. The smarter part, the one that had spent the evening staring at alerts and camera screenshots, compromised. "Okay," I said. "We'll meet in the middle." I picked up his dog bed and set it just outside the bedroom door in the hallway, angled so he could see into the room if he wanted, and also watch the stairs. He settled there immediately, with a grunt body half turned toward the darkness, like a sentry who'd negotiated new terms of engagement. From the bed with the door propped open a foot, I could see his shape silhouetted against the faint glow from the hall nightlight. His chest rose and fell in slow, steady breaths. I turned off the lamp, lay back, and stared at the ceiling. The room was quiet except for the distant hum of the AC and the soft whisper of air pushing out of the vent. My legs felt heavy, my brain buzzing. I tried to listen past the house's normal noises for anything that did not belong. Somewhere below, very faint, something scraped. Not nails, not paws, not footsteps. The sound of wood against wood, like the leg of a chair being shifted an inch on a hardwood floor. It was so light that if I hadn't been waiting for anything at all, I might have missed it. I held my breath, listened. Nothing. The sound didn't repeat. No follow-up thump or knock. Houses make noises, I told myself again, clinging to the phrase like a rope. They expand, they contract. Furniture settles. It's nothing. Down the hallway, Milo let out a small huff in his sleep and shifted tags, chiming softly, as if he'd heard it too, and decided for tonight at least not to get up. 4-2, the longest quiet. When I finally switched the lamp off, the room folded in on itself. The bright circle on the nightstand vanished, and for a moment I saw the negative image burned into my vision lamp wall, the outline of the closet door, then that faded too. What was left was a soft, grainy dark, not total, but close enough. The only light in the room came from two places: the dull orange numerals of the digital clock on the nightstand, and the thin slice of brightness from the hallway, where the nightlight glowed. The clock painted a little patch of bedside table in weak amber, just enough to sketch out the curve of the lamp base and the edge of my phone. The slice of light from the hall drew a pale triangle across the floor, stopping just short of the bed. I lay there listening to the AC whisper through the vent overhead, then reached up and turned the dial on it to closed. The air slowed to a trickle and then stopped. The sudden absence of that white noise made the room feel bigger, like someone had peeled off a layer of soundproofing. I wanted to hear. That was the point. Without the vent, the rest of the house came into focus. The curtains on the single window moved every so slightly now, and then a soft, almost inaudible shh as fabric brushed fabric. I could not feel a draft on my skin, but something in the walls, in the difference between inside and outside, pushed at them just enough. The bones of the house complained quietly as the temperature dropped. A small pop from somewhere in the wall to my left, then a faint tick in the ceiling. Far off near the back of the house, a muffled mechanical hum started up the pool equipment cycling. It ran for a while, then clicked off with a dull thunk that I felt as much as heard. Just outside the open door, Milo shifted in his bed. I could picture it clearly, even if I could not see the roll to one side, the twitch of pause, the sigh that came out of him when he found a new position that worked. His tags clinked once, then settled. That all felt normal. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and let the screen light up my face. For a few seconds, the blue glare made everything else disappear. It was just me and the glass rectangle. First, the Ring app. Front door still. No motion events since the deputies left. No nighttime silhouettes on the porch. No packages, no moths close enough to trigger anything. Then the ADT app. Status armed stay. A little green shield icon. The log showed the sheriff's in and out, earlier my own walks through the rooms. Nothing in the last hour except interior. Kitchen motion from when I'd gotten a glass of water. I scrolled through both twice as if reading them slower would change what they said. Nothing new, no alerts, no fresh reasons to panic. To distract myself, I opened YouTube and out of reflex one of the horror channels I used to fall asleep to. The thumbnail was someone's driveway at night, a clickbait title about true night shift horror stories. The comments section was full of the usual, "I'm listening to this alone at 3 a.m., send help. I'd move states after this. Why do I do this to myself before bed?" A few people argued about whether the stories were fake or not. One comment said, "Imagine finding out you're the person in one of these stories with a laughing emoji." Another replied, "Imagine realizing you're in it right now." I stared at that one longer than I should have. The longer I lay there, the more I realized I was waiting for something. A chime from the alarm, a slam of a door, a voice, anything definitive. Instead, what I got was the slow erosion of normal. At first, the house sounds came in a loose rhythm, little creaks. Milo's sigh, far-off hum, silence repeat. After a while, though, gaps opened up in that pattern. The fridge downstairs should have cycled by now, I thought, but the low compressor hum I'd grown used to wasn't there. The pool pump, which had been a steady, dull background sound, seemed to stop and stay, stopped longer than it usually did. The silence stretched out in odd directions. Not deep, not thick, just wrong. I caught myself holding my breath, without realizing it, the way you do right before a jump scare in a movie you have already seen. Then I'd let it out slowly and think, calm down. Breathe. Rational. Outside the door, Milo shifted again. This time his movement dragged across the rug in a way that made the hairs on my arm stand up. Not because it was loud, but because every sound now had weight. At some point, my vision started playing tricks. The closet door at the far wall, just a darker rectangle inside the already dark room, seemed to pulse slightly with my heartbeat. I told myself it was just my eyes adjusting my brain, trying to find edges where there weren't any. My phone vibrated suddenly in my hand. The haptic buzz in that silent room hit me like a physical shock. I jolted so hard, the phone slipped out of my fingers and landed on my chest with a dull thud. My heart punched up into my throat. It was a notification from some stupid app I didn't even care about. Flash sale ending. Soon, the banner announced cheerfully. I stared at it for a full 10 seconds, then swiped it away with more force than necessary. My hand felt sweaty against the glass. I turned the screen off and let the room go dim again. Without the glow, the closet door came back into existence. Just a pair of sliding panels flush with the wall, their handles small, shadowed ovals. That was when I heard the floorboard. It was a soft sound, but in that long quiet, it might as well have been a gunshot. A single, slow creak from the direction of the closet. Not the sharp pop of wood contracting, but the drawn-out low groan of weight-shifting pressure applied, then removed. My whole body went still. I didn't sit up, didn't call out. I just lay there, eyes locked on that darker rectangle, every muscle coiled. If it had been followed by another sound, a second creak, a shuffle, a knock, I might have moved. I might have told myself it was something falling over a hanger, shifting a box, settling. Instead, nothing came. The quiet poured back in, filling the space where that noise had been. I have no idea how long I stared at the closet. It felt like 10 minutes. It was probably less. The orange numerals on the clock changed from 1:17 to 1:18 at some point, but I couldn't say when. Time didn't feel like numbers. It felt like being stretched. At some point in that stretch, Milo made a sound I had never heard from him before. It started as a breath, then caught, then turned into a low, uncertain growl. Not the chest-deep bark he used if someone knocked on the door in daylight. Not the excited rumble he gave when a familiar car pulled into the driveway. This was thinner, closer to his throat, like he was trying out a warning, but wasn't sure who it was for. It wasn't aimed at the hallway. I could tell from the angle of it. His growl came from just outside the door, body facing inward, toward me, toward the bed. Every horror story I'd ever heard about dogs reacting to things people couldn't see flashed through my head at once. "Hey," I whispered, more to hear my own voice than to calm him. "It's okay, buddy." His growl cut off immediately, as if he'd been caught doing something wrong. For a second, all I heard was his breathing faster now, the faint rustle of his body shifting on the dog bed. Then his nails scraped on the hardwood under the edge of the rug. Instead of coming toward me, toward the bed, like I'd expected, I heard him back away. The sound was wrong for approaching. No eager clicks, no rush. It was a slow, hesitant retreat. The tags on his collar jingled once, then again further down the hall. The slice of light from the doorway changed just slightly, the shadow of his body moving out of it, taking that small comfort with him. The door, which I'd left open about a foot, creaked as it swung an inch wider on its hinges. He whined once, soft, almost apologetic, from farther away. Then I heard the faint thump of him settling down somewhere else out of sight. The longest quiet settled in after that. Whatever he'd looked at under that bed, he'd decided he wanted a little more distance from it than I'd given him. 4.3. Things that move and things that do not. At some point, lying there in that held breath dark, the not knowing became worse than whatever I thought I might see. My body had settled into that stiff, shallow kind of paralysis where you are not really resting and not really ready to move, just suspended. The slice of light from the hallway had widened when Milo backed away, and my brain would not let it go. I needed to see where he'd gone. I needed to prove to myself that he hadn't slunk off because something under the bed had looked back at him. I eased one leg toward the edge of the mattress until my toes brushed the rug. The texture was thick and muffled, just enough padding to hide the hard floor underneath. I slid my foot further, testing, half convinced something would grab my ankle. Nothing did. I swung my legs over the side and sat up slowly, every joint creaking louder in my own head than the house did. My hand found the lamp switch, hovered there, then pulled back. I didn't want to flood the room with light. Somehow that felt like it would force anything hiding to make a choice. Instead, I shuffled to the door in the dim, keeping my eyes away from the gap under the bed. I put 2 fingers on the door and nudged it open another inch. The hinges gave a tiny complaint, barely more than a breath. The hallway stretched out in front of me, empty. The nightlight halfway down the hall painted the floor and walls in a weak yellow wash, enough to show details, but not enough to make them friendly. The guest room doors were all closed. The linen closet door sat where it always did, slightly ajar, a vertical line of darkness between white panels. Milo was not at his bed. My stomach did a small flip until I saw him at the top of the stairs instead, just outside the cone of the nightlight, sitting like a statue. His body pointed toward the lower floor, but his head was turned back toward me. His eyes caught the faint light and reflected it, twin dull coins of worry. "Hey, buddy," I whispered. His tail thumped once against the carpet and then stopped. He didn't get up. He just watched me, ears tilted back a little, like he was glad I'd moved, but still not completely sure it was the right idea. I stepped out into the hall, the cool air feeling different on my skin now that I'd left the bed. The hardwood under the rug creaked once under my weight, a small protesting sound, and I had to remind myself that people had walked this hallway all day without dying. The bathroom was a few steps down past the linen closet. I flicked the light on as I passed, just to make one more island of certainty. The fluorescent bulb hummed and then stabilized, filling the small space with harsh, clean brightness. I leaned over the sink and turned the faucet on. Cold water rushed out, splashing loudly in the silence. The pipes made a faint shuddering sound in the wall. I cupped my hands and brought the water to my face, twice the shock of it driving some of the fog out of my head. The tile was cold under my bare feet, the grout lines pressing into my skin. The fan kicked on when I flipped the switch, adding a soft mechanical whir that felt almost comforting. It was a sound with a known source, a purpose. The drain gurgled as the water spun away, then went quiet. "You're being ridiculous," I told my reflection, which looked unconvinced. "You heard the sheriff. No signs of forced entry. Alarms on. It's a house. Houses make noise. If you say something enough times, it starts to sound like a lie, even when it isn't." I turned the light off and stepped back into the hallway. The night felt thicker immediately, my pupils scrambling to open. That's when I saw the mark. At first I thought it was just a trick of the low light, a shadow from the linen closet door maybe. But as my eyes adjusted, I could see it more clearly on the hardwood just outside the closet, a faint lighter line in the finish, a narrow arc about a foot long. I crouched down without really thinking, one hand on the wall for balance, and looked closer. It was exactly the kind of scuff you get when something heavy slides instead of lifts, not a scratch like a nail or heel. A smudge where weight had pressed through, felt pads or rubber stoppers, and dragged across the surface. I didn't remember seeing it earlier. It started right in front of the linen closet and seemed to point down the hallway in the direction of the room I was using. Just a few inches of ghostly trail, like something had been shifted just enough to leave a mark, then set down again. My mouth tasted metallic. Maybe it had always been there and I just hadn't noticed. This was not my house. I did not have a mental map of every imperfection in the floors. But it looked new in that way. You can't define, just feel. Behind me at the top of the stairs, Milo let out another of those small, restless whines. He shifted his weight, nails clicking once on the tread. He didn't come any closer. I stood up slowly, backing away from the mark, as if it might move. For a few seconds, I considered going downstairs, turning on every light, putting a movie on the giant TV, cranking the volume up until the house noises had to shout to be heard, falling asleep on the couch, with Milo pressed against my feet. But as I pictured it, the living room didn't feel safer. It felt exposed. Glass on one entire wall. The front door around the corner. Too many ways, in too many angles, I couldn't see at once. Up here at least, there was one hallway and a limited number of doors. The guest room still felt like a box I could control, even if that control was an illusion. I walked back in heart knocking against my ribs, in a steady, unhelpful rhythm. The bed sat where I'd left it, blank white sheets, thrown back, the dark gap beneath it, somehow more noticeable now that I was thinking about it directly. I grabbed the desk chair from the small corner workstation, a simple wooden thing with 4 straight legs and a flat seat, and dragged it toward the door. The rubber pads on the bottom protested, squealing against the hardwood. The sound was so loud in the quiet that I winced. It felt like yelling, like announcing to anyone listening, I am scared and improvising. When I wedged the back of the chair up under the doorknob, the angle was wrong at first. I adjusted it, scraping the legs again, trying to get the tension just right so that if someone tried the handle, the chair would bite into the floor. It probably wouldn't stop a determined person, but it would make noise. I stepped back, breathing a little harder, listening for any reaction, any answering creak, any footsteps. Nothing. The house swallowed the squeals and settled back into its thick quiet like they'd never happened. Milo huffed once from the hall, the nearest thing he'd given me to a comment, and then lay down again, his tags chiming once as they hit the carpet. I got back into bed, but I didn't bother pretending with the covers this time. I lay on top of them, fully awake, eyes closed, but not to sleep, more like shutting a lid to listen better. Sound took over. Far across the lake, a boat engine droned a tiny, distant mosquito whine that rose and fell as it moved along the water. I imagined a lone person heading back to a dock, oblivious to the fact that they were the only thing in my world right then that sounded normal. Somewhere deep in the house, metal ticked as something cooled, a duct, a pipe, the skeleton of the place adjusting to the night. The digital clock gave a tiny plasticky click every time the minute rolled over, followed by the faintest electrical hum that I hadn't noticed before. I counted the noises and the spaces between them, trying to find a pattern that said nothing's wrong. At some point, my body sank a fraction closer to sleep. Not real sleep, too shallow, too tense, just that first soft edge where your thoughts stop lining up in straight lines. I was hovering right there when it happened. A creak, very clear, directly beneath me. Not in the hallway, not from the closet across the room, from the floor under the bed. It wasn't the quick little pop from earlier, the one I'd talked myself into blaming on settling wood. This was longer. A slow, drawn-out complaint of boards underweight. If you've ever knelt on old hardwood and leaned on one elbow to fish something out from under a piece of furniture, you know that sound, the way the plank groans a little when your weight shifts from one point to another. That's what this was. The subtle slide of pressure from one spot to the next, like someone cramped in a tight space was adjusting their body. My lungs forgot how to work for a second. I didn't open my eyes. That was instinct, not logic. As if keeping them closed might hold reality in place, the way it was might delay the one thing I did not want to see by a heartbeat or two. In that suspended instant, with my awareness narrowed to the size of that sound, and the darkness under the mattress, my mind finally stopped trying to hand me comforting lies. For the first time since I'd walked into that house, I let myself accept it. I might not be alone. 5. 1. Looking down, There is a kind of silence that does not feel empty. Lying there on top of the covers, eyes closed, I could feel it pressing against my eardrums like the room had been packed full of something I could not name. The creak from under the bed was already gone, but it left a print behind in my nerves. My pulse moved up out of my chest and took up residence in my throat. Every beat thudded against the inside of my neck, too high, too fast. Sweat slid slowly down the center of my back, sticking my shirt to my skin in a thin, cold line. I became aware of my own breathing in a way you never want to be, each inhale a little too loud, each exhale a little too shaky. The mattress under me, which had felt like a cloud the night before, now felt like a thin layer of fabric stretched over a lid. Every inch of my body that touched it was a reminder that there was space beneath. Space that might be empty. Space that might not be. My brain tried to split into two tracks at once. One side begged me to pretend nothing had happened. Stay still. Stay asleep. If there was something under there, maybe it wanted me unaware. Maybe movement would trigger something. If I just stayed like this until morning, the sun would come up. Neighbors would start their sprinklers, boats would rev their engines, and this would all shrink down into a story about how I freaked myself out. The other side reminded me that ignorance is not the same thing as safety. Whatever had just shifted down there already knew I existed. If it was a rat, fine. If it was something else, someone else, it wasn't going to vanish because I'd decided to play dead. The worst part was the memory. I saw flashes of the deputies earlier that night, Carter's flashlight sweeping under this same bed, the strong beam cutting across bare floor and metal frame. All clear, he'd said, rolling back on his heels. At that moment, there had been nothing there. Whatever was under me now had crawled into that space after the law left, after I decided to stay. I lay like that for a few more seconds that felt longer than whole hours I've worked listening to the blood roar in my ears. Finally, some small, stubborn part of me broke through the fear and delivered the blunt truth. If someone is under your bed, you either find them or they find you. I opened my eyes. The room was still dark, the same thin triangle of hallway light on the floor, the same orange clock glow. Nothing looked different, but everything felt worse. Moving was like trying not to wake a sleeping animal you're lying on top of. I slid one heel an inch closer to the edge, feeling the mattress dip a fraction and then spring back. I waited. Nothing. No answering creak. No hand snapping out from below to grab my ankle, though the idea of it was so vivid I had to swallow hard. Another inch. My toes brushed the rug, thick fibers hooking gently around my skin. The contact with something solid that wasn't the bed gave me just enough courage to keep going. I shifted my weight forward, every muscle deliberately slow, as if the mattress had become an alarm that any sudden pressure would set off. There was the faintest squeak from the frame, a microscopic noise that would have been nothing during the day and now sounded like a scream. I froze, breath stalled halfway out. The house did not respond. From the hallway, I could hear Milo breathing still at the top of the stairs, still not coming any closer. I pushed myself upright, careful to keep my heels near the edge so I didn't plant them directly over whatever might be below. Sitting on the edge of the bed, the rug under my feet felt both comforting and treacherous. My hand went automatically toward the lamp switch, then stopped. Flooding the room with light felt like a commitment I wasn't ready to make. Light meant clarity. Light meant whatever was underneath would see me clearly too. Some animal part of me wanted something more directional, something I could aim without exposing the entire space all at once. My fingers found my phone on the nightstand instead. The glass was cool and slick under my palm. I picked it up slowly, trying not to let it bump against anything. The tiny buzz of the screen waking up felt loud in the quiet, a faint electronic hum that had never registered for me before. I slid off the bed to my knees, the rug piling up against my kneecaps. The fibers scratched softly at my skin through my thin shorts. One hand gripped the edge of the mattress. The other held the phone thumb hovering over the flashlight icon like a detonator. From down here, the bed loomed over me, wooden frame, low clearance, a dark rectangle of uncertainty. Okay, I whispered, not sure who I was talking to. Myself, the house, whatever was under there. Okay. I tapped the flashlight on. The LED beam cut a harsh white cone through the darkness, knifing across the rug. Dust specks floated in it like tiny, startled insects. The phone buzzed faintly in my hand, a high, constant whine of circuitry I'd never noticed. I started with the near side. Holding my breath, I kept my body back and angled the light shallowly under the bed, sweeping it from left to right, along the closest edge. The beam lit up the rug first, then the metal support beam running across the frame. A stray sock I didn't remember losing. The empty stretch of floor just beyond. Nothing else. I had to get lower to see deeper. My knees slid further forward, the rug bunching the floor solid beneath. I turned my head sideways and pressed my cheek close to the mattress edge, bringing my eye level down to the gap. The smell of the fabric detergent and some faint, clean scent mixed with the dry dust smell from under the bed. I pushed the phone as far under as my arm would allow, the light beam reaching toward the far side. For a second, all I saw was empty space, rug floor, the underside of the slats. My heart stumbled over itself, torn between relief and the suspicion that I hadn't angled far enough. I shifted my grip on the phone wrist, twisting beam, skidding along the far edge of the bed frame. The muscles in my shoulder burned. I pushed a little more, angling the light toward the corner near the wall. That was when the flashlight caught it. An eye. Human. Wide open. The beam struck it head on and reflected back in a tiny wet spark, dark pupil blown huge, the whites stark in the glare. For a split second, my brain refused to process it, as real tried to slot it into knob marble reflection. But eyes move, even when they're trying not to. This one flinched in the light. I sucked in air so fast it hurt. The sound scraped my throat. My grip on the mattress tightened until my fingers ached. As my vision adjusted to the new shape, the rest of the face resolved around the eye, cheek pressed flat against the floor, hair pinned back by the low beam of the bed. Marla. Her features looked different sideways and half hidden, but there was no mistaking the curve of her nose, the line of her eyebrow, the way her skin caught the light. Her mouth was open slightly, lips pulled back just enough to show the edge of teeth, or it would have been if not for the hand. A man's hand clamped across the lower half of her face, fingers digging into her cheek palm, sealing her mouth. The skin on the back of that hand was rougher, darker, with a dusting of hair, and the faint, pale line of an old scar running across the knuckles. Next to her, filling the rest of the narrow space, was his face. Older. Lines carved deep around the mouth and eyes. His head was turned just enough that he could see me too, one eye catching the beam beside hers. All three of us froze there, locked together in a tiny, terrible triangle of light, me on my knees, half under the bedphone, shaking in my hand. Marla under the frame, her eye glassy and silent above the suffocating hand. And the man beside her, his gaze meeting mine in that thin white beam, the weight of his body pressed into the same floor I was kneeling on. 5.2. Running barefoot. Whatever part of my brain handles words shut off. The sound that came out of me wasn't a controlled yell or a clever line. It was a raw animal noise. A scream that ripped up through my chest and out of my throat, before I could think to stop it. My body jerked backward on its own. My knees slid on the rug, and I slammed into the dresser behind me hard enough that one of the drawer handles dug into my shoulder blade. Pain flashed white-hot down my arm. The phone flew out of my hand. It hit the floor face first and skittered away. The flashlight beam spinning wildly, slicing across the underside of the bed, then the wall, then the ceiling, turning the room into a strobe of slanted shadows. For a second, the light caught the edge of the man's teeth as he flinched away. Then it was gone, rolling under the dresser beam, pinned at some useless angle. Behind me, under me, there was suddenly nothing but movement. The tense, statue-still bodies I'd caught in the flashlight exploded into frantic scrambling. I heard elbows and knees scraping on wood, the rapid thud, thud, thud of someone trying to reverse in a space that was too low, too tight. The bed frame jumped above me, the mattress lifting a fraction as weight slammed into the slats. Someone's head, someone's shoulder hit the underside of the frame with a hollow, painful crack, followed by a muffled curse in a voice that was definitely not mine. That was all I needed. I lunged for the door. The chair I'd wedged under the knob earlier was suddenly the only thing between me and not being in that room anymore. I grabbed the back of it with both hands and yanked. The legs shrieked across the hardwood, that high, drawn-out squeal of rubber fighting friction. The sound clawed at my nerves, felt like it lasted an hour. For one horrible second, the chair stuck. I pulled harder, teeth-clenched breath coming in ragged bursts. The back of the chair smacked against my chest, driving air out of me, but it finally slid free, scraping one last line into the floor. The door, freed from its brace, moved an inch on its own. Behind it, from inside the room, came a heavier sound, a desperate full-body shove against the other side of the door, someone throwing their weight forward. The frame shuddered. My fingers, slick with sweat, fumbled with the lock. The little metal thumb turn slipped under my skin once, twice. I wiped my palm on my shirt without thinking, then grabbed it again and wrenched it sideways. The lock clicked open just as another shove hit the door from the inside, harder this time. The door flew outward into the hallway, and I went with it, stumbling backward into the dim light. My bare feet hit the cold hardwood, and I just ran. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Milo, who'd been frozen at the top of the stairs, exploded into motion the second I appeared. He barked once, a sharp, panicked bark that echoed down both floors, then fell in next to me as I sprinted toward the staircase. His nails clattered on the floor, sliding slightly as he tried to keep up with my sudden full-speed flight. As I hit the first step, the door behind me slammed fully open, banging against the wall. The sound chased me down the hall. Quick footsteps hit the floorboards in my room, then the hallway, heavier than mine, more solid. One set, then another, slightly off rhythm, one a half beat behind the other. The man. Marla. Both of them. I caught the sound at the edge of my hearing as I took the stairs two at a time, the thump of a foot on the first landing behind me. Another a beat later, like someone bigger was following someone smaller. The staircase twisted once halfway down. On the turn, my foot landed wrong on the edge of a step. My ankle rolled a sharp jolt of pain shooting up my leg, and for a split second, my balance tipped. I saw in that moment a version of the story where I went down hard, tumbled the rest of the way, smacked my head on the railing, and woke up on the floor with strangers standing over me. Sheer terror glued me upright. I grabbed the handrail in a death grip, forced my other foot down and pushed through. Something popped unpleasantly in my ankle, but it held. I kept going. At the bottom, the foyer opened up a sudden wide space of tile and shadows. The front door was ahead, the glass panels on either side, throwing in faint light from the porch. My whole world narrowed to that rectangle. The alarm keypad on the wall blinked green at me, waiting politely. It might as well have been in another house. I didn't disarm anything. I didn't even slow down. My hand shot out to the key hooks by the door fingers, slapping at metal until I felt my own key ring. I grabbed it in a blind, panicked swipe, nails scraping the wall keys, clinking together like wind chimes. I twisted the deadbolt with my other hand and yanked the door open. The ADT system woke up all at once. First, the countdown beep started, those quick, urgent chirps that are supposed to give you time to punch in a code when you come home late. Tonight, they just screamed at me. You forgot, you forgot, you forgot. I was already through the doorway and onto the porch when the beeps cut off and the full alarm kicked in. The siren erupted from the wall panel, a shrill mechanical wail that burrowed straight into my brain. It bounced off the tile, ricocheted up the stairwell, burst out into the front yard through the open door. Milo barked along with it, high and frantic, his voice ripping at my ears. My own breathing layered on top a ragged, gasping rush that tasted like metal and fear. Outside, the night air hit my face like a slap. It was cooler than the house, damp from the lake, smelling faintly of wet leaves and someone's distant laundry vent. My bare feet hit the concrete of the front step, then the small patch of rough driveway. Tiny stones and grit bit into my soles, each sharp little stab a blur in the bigger pain of my ankle and everything else. The siren screamed behind me. Neighbors' porch lights snapped on up and down the street, like eyes opening, one directly across the cul-de-sac, another a few houses down. Somewhere a dog started up a chain reaction of barking. I half ran, half limped to my car, parked at the edge of the drive. My fingers shook so badly, I dropped the keys, once the metal clattering against the asphalt like gunfire. I scooped them up, heart punching at my ribs, and almost jammed the wrong key into the door before remembering it had a remote. The beep of the car unlocking sounded absurdly small against the shrieking alarm. I yanked the driver's door open, dove inside, and slammed it shut. The siren and barking cut down to a muffled roar, like the sounds were coming from underwater now. My chest still heaved. Milo jumped up at the passenger side window outside, paws scrabbling at the glass, barking to be let in. Shit, I fumbled. The lock reached across and yanked the door open. He launched himself in nails, scraping the interior, then curled immediately into the floorboard on the passenger side, shaking so hard his tags chattered. I jammed the key into the ignition and turned. The engine coughed once, then caught vibrating the steering wheel under my hands. Headlights bloomed in front of us, washing the garage door in white. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to look back at the house, to see if they were in the doorway, on the stairs, at the window, to know how close I'd come. I kept my eyes on the windshield. I threw the car into reverse tires, crunching over the loose gravel at the edge of the drive. As I rolled back into the street, the house swung into the edge of my peripheral vision. Anyway, front door hanging open, alarm light blinking furiously by the frame, the interior a jumble of white and yellow and shadow. I forced myself not to look. I focused on the mirror that mattered, the one that showed me the road behind the empty curve of the cul-de-sac. But as I straightened out and shifted into drive, my eyes flicked up just once to the rear view. In the rectangle of glass, the house shrank, framed by the back window and the night. The open door was a pale slash, and in that slash, silhouetted against the brighter interior, stood a figure. Just inside the threshold, hands at their sides, not running after me, not waving, just watching as my taillights bled away into the dark. 5-3 gas station lights and second search. I did not stop driving until I was under fluorescent light again. I barely remember the turns I took out of the neighborhood onto the main road, past darkened strip malls and closed diners. My bare foot slammed pedals it should not have been slamming my injured ankle, sending up flare after flare of pain that my brain cataloged and filed as deal with later. At some point, the street signs started to look familiar again. Gallatin Pike. I pulled into the first 24/7 gas station that looked reasonably populated, 2 other cars at the pumps, a semi idling on the side, its engine a dull, constant roar. The big sign out front buzzed white letters, advertising gas prices and hot dogs that had probably been on their rollers since noon. I parked right under the harsh canopy lights near the front door, like the brightness itself was a kind of shield. The concrete there was almost too bright to look at the white light flattening everything. My dusty feet on the floor mat, Milo curled tight on the passenger side, his eyes round and shining. Through the windshield, I could see inside the convenience store. A tired-looking woman in a faded polo was restocking a fridge. A guy in a reflective vest stood at the coffee station pouring something that had to be mostly burnout and caffeine. Another customer in a hoodie stared at the chip rack like it held the answers. The glass doors whooshed open and closed as people went in and out, the little bell above them chiming. The smell of gasoline seeped faintly into the car every time someone pulled away from a pump. I think that was the first moment my brain tried to tell me, you are safe enough here. You could stay. You could never go back. Instead, I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and dialed 911. The ring felt like it took a year. When the operator answered, her voice was calm and practiced in a way that made mine sound even more broken. 911. What's your emergency? I glanced at the glowing gas station sign at my own pale hands on the wheel. My name is, I was house sitting on the lake Old Hickory, and there were people under the bed. They chased me. I set off the alarm. I left. The words came out in a messy rush. She let me spill for a few seconds, then gently guided me back. Okay, slow down. Are you in immediate danger right now? I looked around at the other cars, at the humming neon, at Milo pressed against the passenger seat like a furry life vest. No, I said. I'm in my car. At a gas station off Gallatin Pike. I left the house. Are you injured? My ankle, I said. I twisted it. I'm not bleeding. I don't think. Okay. I want you to stay where you are, all right. Do not go back to the residence alone. Officers will meet you there or escort you back. She asked for the address, which I rattled off from memory and the details. I told her about Marla, about the first sheriff visit, about the ADT alert from the hallway, about the creaks under the bed. And then I looked. I finished, voice thinning, and they were there. A woman and a man. Under the bed. She's the same woman from earlier. Beige shirt, dark hair. He had his hand over her mouth. They looked straight at me. I didn't imagine that. Okay, she said again. Calm, measured. You did the right thing leaving. We have units headed back to that address now. An officer can meet you at your location and have you follow them, or you can wait here until they've cleared the house. Which would you prefer? Follow them, I said, before I could think about it very hard. The idea of sitting still while other people walked through that place without me felt wrong, even if it was also the smarter choice. But I am not going in first. Not again. We would not ask you to, she said. Stay in your car. Keep your doors locked. An officer will be there shortly. When the call ended, my thumb hovered over Paul's contact. A whole other kind of dread flared at the idea of waking them up to tell them I'd just abandoned their house. Again. They answered faster than I expected. West Coast time meant they were technically still in yesterday. I could hear the fuzziness of sleep and hotel AC in the background. What's wrong? Paul asked, no preamble. I put him on speaker, laid the phone on my leg, and tried to compress the last 10 minutes into sentences. By the time I got to under the bed, any trace of grogginess was gone. "You saw them," he said. I could hear Jenna suck in a breath off to the side. "Yes," I said. "Not shadows. Not, maybe it was a box. 2 people under that bed." Then I ran. Alarms going off. Cops are on their way. There was a beat of silence. I pictured them looking at each other the same way they'd done in the airport. "Do not go back in that house alone," Jenna said. Her voice had a steel edge now. "I don't care what the cops say. I don't care what the alarm company says. You stay with the officers. You let them clear it. If they tell you it's empty, fine, but you don't sleep there again." "We're calling the airline right now," Paul said. "We're getting on the earliest flight back. I'm serious if they try to tell you it's just weird or stress. You remind them they already responded to this address tonight. Make them file everything." We went in circles for a bit. Me apologizing for leaving the door open, them telling me to shut up about that and focus on staying alive, all 3 of us talking over each other in the thin air between my car and their hotel room. The patrol car that pulled into the gas station lot cut that conversation short. Blue and red lights washed over the pumps and my windshield in jerky pulses as the cruiser turned in. The operator hadn't lied. They'd sent someone to get me. The car rolled up beside mine, and the officer in the driver's seat gave me a short, professional nod through the glass. "I think they're here," I told Paul. "Stay on the phone," he said. "Put us in your pocket, whatever." I did, wedging the phone into my shorts so the microphone pointed out. Milo pressed closer to my leg as I rolled my window down. The officer, a different one than before. Younger, freckled his hair, flattened in that way that said his night had been quiet until now, asked me to confirm my name, then told me to follow him back at a safe distance. His tone was half police, half babysitter. The drive back to the house felt shorter and longer at the same time. My brain filled in every shadow on the side of the road with things that weren't there. When we turned into the cul-de-sac, there were already 2 other patrol cars in front of the house lights, spinning. The mansion looked wrong under all that color, its neat lines broken up by the strobing red and blue windows, flashing like dark eyes, the glass catching every rotation and throwing it back. It didn't look like a place where people floated on inflatable rafts and drank canned cocktails anymore. It looked like the establishing shot of a crime show. They had me stay by my car with one of the younger officers, while the others approached the house. This time their guns were unholstered. I watched them fan out 2 at the front door, one moving around the side toward the back. The alarm was still screaming, but one of them punched in a code on the keypad and silenced it. The sudden drop in noise made the night feel hollow. Milo barked from the passenger seat, then quieted when my hand found the top of his head. Radio chatter crackled from the officer's shoulder radio as the team inside did their sweep. Snatches of words drifted out clear downstairs, moving to second level. Guest rooms clear. No sign of forced entry. I stared at the front door, at the stairwell visible through the glass, at the slice of the hallway I could see. My mind kept trying to overlay the image from the rearview mirror earlier, the faceless silhouette in the doorway with the empty threshold now. They were in there longer this time. Finally, Hale, the older deputy from before, stepped back out onto the porch and gave a signal to the officer standing with me. "We didn't find anyone," he said when I limped up the drive to meet him. Milo glued to my side. "No windows broken, no doors forced. The only door open was the front, like you said. The alarm log shows it went off when you left. Nothing in the house after that until we came in." My skin felt too tight. "Under the bed?" I asked. "In that room," he nodded toward the open front door. "You can see for yourself. With us." I did not want to go back inside, but I also could not stand the idea of not checking. The bedroom looked like any other forgettable Airbnb room again. Neatly made bed desk chair, slightly crooked from where I'd knocked it away from the door. When they shone their flashlights under the bed this time, the beams cut across bare floorboards and rug. Dust, a lost sock, nothing else. No scuff marks that stood out as fresh. No hair, no dropped object. Just absence clean and complete. My heart did a weird dance in my chest, something in between relief and nausea. One of the officers checked the closets again, the bathroom, even the attic access panel in the hall. Nothing, he said, finally. Back in the foyer, they pulled up the ring feed on Paul's account at my request. The last clip was the alarm trip me, a blurred shape bolting out the door, Milo at my heels, then the door swinging open and the strobing interior. No secondary shapes, no figures in the doorway watching me go. The deputy with the body cam let me stand behind him as he scrolled back through the live footage of their entry room by room. No jump cuts, no lurking shapes flitting through the corners, just methodical clearing. Sometimes one of them said gently, "Stress and adrenaline can make your brain fill in blanks." I know what I saw, I said more to myself than to him. I know the weight under that bed, the sound, their eyes. Hale didn't argue. "We're not saying nothing happened," he said. "We're saying we can't find them right now. That doesn't mean you're crazy. It means whoever they are, they're good at getting in and out. We're going to keep a car circling the area the rest of the night." They took a formal statement from me in the driveway under the pulsing lights. Clipboards, pens, the whole thing. My handwriting looked like someone else's. I signed where they told me to, recited times as best I could. As I talked, my eyes kept drifting up to the house, specifically to the window of the guest bedroom where I'd just been, the one where I'd seen under the bed. From where I stood, the glass was dark, a rectangular hole reflecting the red-blue spin of the cruiser lights. My own outline flickered there when I shifted along with the shapes of the officers and cars. At one point, as Hale asked me to spell Marla, I glanced up and caught something that wasn't a reflection. In the smear of color and shadow at that window, there was a shape, a suggestion of a head and shoulders just visible at the bottom edge of the frame. For a fraction of a second, it seemed to rise as if someone had been pressed low and was lifting themselves up to look. Then just as quickly, it dropped out of sight. I blinked hard, looked back up directly this time, ignoring the reflections and focusing on the dark interior beyond the glass. Nothing. Just my own pale face in the window, backed by a room that the cops swore was empty. 6.1. Leaving the house behind. I did not sleep in that house again. After the second sweep, after the statements and the flashlights and the "we didn't find anything," I called Paul and Jenna from the driveway, sitting on the curb with Milo's leash wrapped 3 times around my hand, like I was afraid he would float away. They did not try to convince me to stay this time. "Go home," Jenna said, voice thin and tight through the phone. "We are changing our flights. We'll be back tomorrow. You are done. You hear me? I'll pay you the full amount we agreed on," Paul added, cutting across her. "I don't care that the week isn't over. You did more than enough. Just get out of there," I said. "Are you sure?" Because that felt like the polite thing to say, but I was already mentally packing. The house behind me glowed with pooled light in some windows and black squares in others. The guest room window where I'd just been looking now reflected nothing but patrol lights. The officers let me back in long enough to get my things. It felt different walking through the house with them at my back, like I was a guest at my own crime scene. My duffel bag sat where I'd left it in the hallway, looking small and stupid against the clean white wall. I grabbed it, stuffed my charger and toiletries inside with clumsy hands. In the kitchen, my grocery bag with half a loaf of bread and some deli meat waited on the counter. I left it. It felt wrong somehow to take food from a place I was trying to mentally label as no longer my problem. Milo whined when I clipped his leash to his collar. He knew the routine leash keys door, but this time his body language was all off. Tail-tucked ears, half-back eyes flicking between me and the officers, like he thought he'd done something wrong. "You'll be back?" I lied to him quietly, even though part of me already knew I wouldn't. "With your actual people, not the discount version." He hesitated at the threshold when we reached the front door, looking back into the house once. Then he stepped out with me into the cool night, the patrol lights painting his fur red, blue, red, blue. The last look I had at the place from my car windshield did not feel cinematic. It just felt empty. Lights were on in a few clusters, the entryway, the kitchen, a lamp in the living room. Others were dark, including that guest room window. The lake behind the house was a flat black sheet, reflecting nothing but a smear of distant dock lights and the rotating police colors. The house itself just sat there, big and expensive and completely indifferent to who had been inside it, under its beds, at its doors. I backed out of the driveway slowly this time, tires crunching over gravel in small, controlled bites. In my side mirror, the house shrank. The officers on the lawn turned into silhouettes. The sound of their radios faded into the general night hum. The drive out of the neighborhood felt longer than the drive in, like the road had added extra curves while I'd been inside. Every mailbox, every slow, children playing sign, every ornamental rock at the end of a nicely edged yard looked like it had watched me arrive full of plans and was now watching me leave with my tail between my legs. When I finally hit the main road, the lake disappeared from my peripheral vision and was replaced by gas stations, dark auto shops, the occasional all-night fast food sign buzzing like a tired insect. My bare foot hurt more now that the adrenaline was ebbing. Every time I worked the pedals, my ankle sent up a sharp complaint. By the time I pulled into the lot of my own apartment building, it was close to 4 a.m. The building looked like it always did, 3 stories of beige siding, cracked parking lot security light over the dumpster that flickered without ever fully committing to being on or off. Someone's TV glowed blue through a second-floor window, faceless voices leaking out through the thin walls. The air smelled like dust and old carpet, and whatever my downstairs neighbor had cooked for dinner 6 hours earlier. Normally, I hated that smell. That night, it felt like the olfactory version of a worn-out hoodie, old frayed, but mine. Inside, the stairwell creaked under my weight, familiar in a way the lake house stairs never had time to be. My front door stuck at the bottom and then popped open with its usual ugly little jerk. No keypads, no sensors, just a cheap deadbolt and how much force I was willing to put behind it. I dropped my bag by the couch, unhooked Milo, and stood in the doorway of my small, cluttered bedroom for a long time. The bed I'd grown used to over the years, sagging mattress, old frame, sat in the middle of the room like a question. I'd never, in all the time I'd lived there, thought much about the space under it. Lost socks, maybe a forgotten paperback dust bunnies. Background, nothing. That night, looking at it, my brain refused to file it as nothing anymore. I pulled my phone out, flicked on the flashlight, and knelt down without even really deciding to. The habit had already started forming sticky in my muscles. The beam cut under the bed plastic bin with winter clothes. A pair of shoes dust the edge of an old pizza box I wished I hadn't seen. No eyes looking back, no pressed faces. It should have been comforting. Instead, it felt like checking the rearview mirror too often after a near miss on the highway, compulsive, unsatisfying. I slept badly. When I did drift off, my dreams weren't coherent horror scenes, nothing as dramatic as what you'd see on the channels I used to listen to. They were more like looped sensations. being under a bed instead of on top of it, the dust sticking to the side of my face, the slats a low ceiling an inch above my nose. Watching ankles walk past, hearing voices through the mattress, the whole world reduced to feet and floor, and the impossible muscle control of staying quiet. The hiss of a vacuum cleaner coming from another room, never getting closer, never getting further away, like someone was running it in place just out of sight. At some point in the night, I woke up sweating shirt plastered to my back, heart pounding. The sound that had pulled me out of sleep was just my neighbor's TV through the wall, a game show buzzer, a canned laugh track, but for a few seconds I couldn't place it. It felt like it was coming from under my bed, from inside the walls, from the space between the mattress and the floor. Morning didn't fix anything. It just put it all under fluorescent office lights. I went back to my logistics job like I was trying to slide back into an old skin that didn't quite fit. The office smelled like burnt coffee and printer toner the way it always did. My inbox was a mess of shipping confirmations and delayed delivery notices. My headset dug into the same spot on my skull as always. When people asked how the house-sitting gig went, I just said weird and laughed like that covered it. They came back early, so it was shorter than planned, I added, which was technically true. Nobody pressed. Everyone was too busy with their own spreadsheets, their own tired math. Melissa caught me by the break room coffee machine on my second day back. She leaned against the counter, stirring powdered creamer into her cup. So she said, eyebrows raised. How was rich people lake life? I hesitated for a beat too long. Then I shrugged. Weird, I said again. Nice house, just weird. Weird how she asked, half interested, half gossip hungry. I could have told her everything. The woman in the glass, the cleaning supplies, the hallway motion alert, the two faces under the bed. Instead, I picked at the safe edges. Security system was touchy. Cops got called. Kind of a mess. They came back early. She made a face. Yikes. Sorry, man. I thought it would be an easy paycheck. It paid, I said. That's something. We stood there in companionable silence for a minute, the coffee machine burbling behind us. Then, like she'd only just remembered, she added, "It's funny, actually. One of my other friends used to live near that lake. Not in that exact neighborhood, I don't think, but close. They had issues a few years back." My hand paused on the lid of my cup. Issues. Yeah. Trespasser stuff. She waved her stir stick like a baton. Weird things going missing. Doors left cracked when they swore they'd locked them. Once she swore she heard someone on their stairs at like 3 a.m, but when they called the cops, nothing. They started leaving more lights on, and it stopped. Or at least they stopped noticing. She took a sip of coffee, grimaced, and went back to her desk, leaving the smell of cheap roast and that little piece of information hanging in the air. I stood there alone for a second longer, cup in hand, watching the thin office blinds rattle in the air conditioning. I had been telling myself that what happened at the lake house was a freak thing, a once-in-a-lifetime collision of bad timing and one desperate stranger, something I could box up and label and keep in a single week of my life. Hearing Melissa talk about trespasser issues like it was just another office anecdote knocked that idea over. It wasn't just one night. It wasn't just one house. Whatever had been under that bed, whatever stood at those doors and walked those hallways when people thought they were alone, felt less like a one-off horror story and more like a pattern, a quiet one. The kind that never makes the news because nothing officially happens. On paper, nothing really happened to me either. No injuries worth a report, no stolen property, no bodies. But that was the week I started checking under my own bed every night. And once you start, it's hard to stop. 6.2, Paul's Return and the Hidden History. We met back at the same Starbucks. Same strip of Hendersonville, same too bright interior, same smell of burnt espresso and milk that had been steamed a few too many times. The same guy in a blazer with earbuds and the same college kids with laptops and color-coded notes. But everyone at my table looked more tired. Paul and Jenna were already there when I walked in, sitting at a corner table near the window where the parking lot glare washed everything in flat afternoon light. Paul had a paper cup in front of him, untouched. Jenna was sort of peeling her cardboard sleeve in tight little strips, which she didn't seem to notice. When they saw me, both of them stood up, like they weren't sure whether they were supposed to hug me or apologize or both. In the end, Jenna just touched my arm briefly, fingers cold from her drink. "Hey," Paul said. He looked older than he had the first time I saw him, and not just in the obvious ways. His eyes had that hollowed-out look you get when sleep stops doing what it's supposed to do. "Thanks for coming." I sat down, wrapped my hands around my own cup, like I needed the heat to prove I was really there. They did not start with small talk. "We are so sorry," Jenna said. The words came out in a rush, like they'd been piled up for weeks. "We honestly did not think. If we had any idea, it's not like you handed me a key to a known murder house." I tried to joke, but it came out flat. "You told me it wasn't empty. That's the whole reason I was there." Paul slid an envelope across the table. It was thicker than I expected. "There's the full week's pay in there," he said. "Plus some extra. I know you're gonna say you don't want it, but I insist. You got the worst version of that house we could have given you." I wanted to protest, but my rent and my ankle and the shadows under my eyes won the argument for me. I nodded once, tucked the envelope into my jacket. It felt heavier than cash should. So I said after a beat, "How's everything at the house?" They exchanged a look. It was quick, but it said a lot. Who's going to tell him how much do we say? Are we going to admit that we're scared of our own floors now? Nothing else has happened, Paul said, choosing his words like they had sharp edges. Physically, I mean. No more alarms in the middle of the night. No obvious signs anyone's been inside. No missing stuff. He pulled his phone out and set it between us on the table screen, lighting up. The ADT and ring icons sat right there on his home screen like extra organs. After that night, the sheriff's office upped their patrols around the lake for a bit, he went on. They swung by our place at weird hours just to see if anything looked off. We changed the locks, front, back, side, everything. Had a guy come out and rekey the deadbolts. Put in additional interior cameras. One in the main hallway, one in the living room, one pointing at the stairs. We're probably on some FBI watch list now for too many Nest subscriptions. He tried to smile. It didn't stick. They didn't find anything broken, Jenna said quietly. No hidden crawl space, no secret attic room, no, "Oh hey, here's the trap door your trespassers have been using." It's just a house. A very expensive, suddenly untrustworthy house. "What about the night after?" I asked. "When you came back?" "We didn't sleep well," she said, which was an understatement I didn't call out. But nothing tangible. No more footsteps. No more drawings in the dust, whatever. Doors were where we left them. Closets had what they were supposed to have. Paul tapped his phone a few times and opened the ADT app, then flipped it around so I could see. We did a deeper dive into the logs, he said. I hadn't really looked before beyond the usual, "Oh, cool, the dog tripped a motion sensor." After what you told us, I went back as far as the app would let me. The screen showed rows of entries, each with a time and a label. Door, front, door, laundry, interior, living room motion. He scrolled, finger flicking faster than I could read. Highlights popped up, circles he'd drawn around certain lines. I leaned in. There it was again. Motion, guest hallway, 2:41 a.m. motion, guest hallway, 3:07 a.m. motion, guest hallway, 4:12 a.m. Some of them lined up with times they'd been home. Others were from weekends they'd been gone to her parents' place, to some work thing in Denver, to the West Coast trip where I came in. Those entries had little notes like house armed away mode. "You see the pattern," he said quietly. We didn't at the time. We kept telling ourselves it was the system being too sensitive, air currents, whatever. But it's always that same hallway. Always at times nobody should be walking there. He switched over to the Ring app and pulled up a series of clips. The thumbnails were mostly the usual Amazon boxes, a neighbor kid cutting across the lawn, Wes coming and going. Then he tapped a few he'd marked with favorites. The first showed the front porch in grainy night vision. A shape moved just at the edge of the frame, a figure on the step too close to the doorbell camera for its little fisheye lens to give a good angle. Shoulder, half an arm, a suggestion of dark hair pulled back. The timestamp, 11:12 p.m., 3 nights before the first time I arrived. Another clip, different night. A woman-shaped outline again. This time a little further back, turned mostly away from the camera. Beige blur of a shirt. Dark lower half. She stands there for several seconds, then disappears without ringing the bell. There are a few more like that, he said. Nothing the software can get a face from. Nothing the sheriff's office can use to say, this is definitely the same person, or this matches a known suspect. Just this. Almost. They told us about lake creepers after Jenna said, rolling another strip of cardboard between her fingers. That's what the neighbors called them. People who watch Airbnb listings. Instagram posts any sign that a house is a second home or a vacation rental. They wait until it looks empty, then slip in. Sometimes they steal. Sometimes they just live there for a few days. Use the showers. Sleep in the beds. Leave before anybody comes back. She said it like it was a disgusting but familiar local pest. Mosquitoes, termites, people. No arrests, Paul added. Nothing that made the news, just stories passed around. So-and-so had their fridge messed with. We came back and the sheets were wrong, that kind of thing. We thought it was mostly urban legend. A boogeyman story to scare new lake owners into buying security systems. He gave a short, humorless laugh. We bought the systems. We didn't buy the story. I sat back in my chair, the plastic digging into my shoulder blades, and tried to process that. I'd walked into something that existed before me. This hadn't started when Melissa mentioned easy money. It hadn't started when I met them in this same Starbucks the first time. It had been going on quietly in the background of their lives and their neighbors long enough to have a nickname. They had warned me in a way. Empty houses attract the wrong kind of attention. You'd be surprised what happens around the lake. They just hadn't told me those warnings came with timestamps and motion logs. A sour mix of anger and guilt settled in my stomach. I thought about the envelope in my jacket, the week of rent it represented, the weekend nights I'd spent listening to strangers' horror stories for fun. We honestly thought we were being paranoid, Jenna said softly, like she could hear the direction of my thoughts. We told ourselves if there was anything real to it, someone would have posted about it, or there'd be a neighborhood alert or something. You don't want to admit your house isn't just a house. You especially don't want to admit you might have slept while someone else walked your hallway. She stopped shredding the cardboard and laid the torn pieces in a neat little pile. There's one more thing, Paul said. The way he said it made the hair on my arms prick. Jenna's fingers stilled. She shot him a look, not now, or do we really have to, kind of look. He hesitated, then kept going. About a year ago, he said eyes on his coffee lid instead of me, We had a night where Jenna woke me up at 4:12, she said automatically. Then realized what she'd done and pressed her lips together. Right. 4:12. He took a breath. She woke me up saying someone was in the house. She said she saw a shadow pass our door. The master door was cracked, and she could see the light from the hallway nightlight, and she swore she saw something move through it, like someone walking by, just a shape. He finally looked up at me. I went out with a golf club, he said, trying to make it sound ridiculous and failing. Checked the kids' rooms, the hallway downstairs. Nothing. Doors locked. Alarm armed. I told her she must have been dreaming, that she saw a car's headlights through the blinds, something like that. Jenna stared into her drink. I told myself the same thing she murmured. I didn't want to fight about it. I didn't want to be the crazy one who says there's a man in the hallway. The next morning, Paul said I checked the ADT log out of curiosity. I never told you this that day, right? She shook her head, eyes still on the table. He slid his phone back toward me, thumb already on the screen. He scrolled up through older entries, then stopped and zoomed in on one line. Guest hallway motion, 0412. And I told myself it was the cat, he said. A draft, a system glitch. It was easier then to believe the house was wrong than that she was right. He sat back the phone between us like evidence neither of us had wanted to look at in time. So when you tell me you heard something under that bed, he said finally, voice low, and you saw someone, I believe you. I hate that I do. But I do. 6.3. The email with the frame time did that strange thing it does after certain weeks. It did not heal anything. It just layered other days on top. On the surface, my life snapped back into its usual pattern. Monday through Friday, alarm at 6:45, shower, with the water never quite as hot as I wanted, commute on I-65 with the same cluster of brake-happy drivers, a desk in a bland office where my biggest battles were with inventory systems and vague emails that began with per my last message. I paid rent. I bought groceries. I texted back in group chats. I laughed at memes about burnout and microwaved leftovers. Underneath, nothing was really back. Sleep started to come in small, jagged pieces. I'd fall asleep for an hour, jolt awake, convinced someone had said my name, check my phone, check my door check under the bed. Twice. 3 times. Some nights I gave up and let YouTube horror channels play just for the company of another voice. The irony was not lost on me. New rituals cemented themselves around my apartment. Front door locked, checked, then checked again, twist the knob, pull, twist, pull. Window latches pressed down with my thumb until they clicked, then pressed again just to feel it. The space under my bed, which had never mattered before, became part of a nightly choreography. Phone in my hand, flashlight on kneel sweep, the beam slowly from one bed leg to the other. Plastic bin shoes, dust. Nothing that blinked. Sometimes I caught myself glancing at the crack under the bedroom door while brushing my teeth, watching for any hint of a pale curve that did not belong to the door or the rug. Just in case. Months passed like that. Enough that people stopped asking about the lake house. Enough that even Melissas remember that rich people gig became a joke with nothing behind it. Then one night, my phone buzzed on the table beside my laptop while I was half watching some dumb show and half answering a work email I should have left for the morning. It was an email from Paul. No subject line. No greeting preview in the notification. Just his name and a timestamp a little after 11 p.m. For a full 30 seconds, I just stared at the notification bubble, heat blooming low in my stomach. We messaged occasionally, mostly logistics. What's that plumber's number? Did we ever return your cooler? But emails at night with no subject felt like a different category. I clicked it open. The body of the email was short. Thought you should see this. We only noticed it this week going through some footage for something else. I still don't know what to think. Below the text was a single attachment, a still image file generically named something like Hall Cam 2020 08 14 01 38 7 frame, JPG. My finger hovered over it for a second, as if tapping might make it more real. Then I opened it. The photo filled my screen. It was the upstairs hallway caught by one of the new cameras they'd put in, after everything the kind that took low-light stills and washed out gray-blue. The timestamp in the corner jumped out at me first, the same date as my night. The time was about an hour before I'd bolted barefoot down their stairs and set off their alarm. The perspective was from eye level in the hallway, looking straight down the stretch where the guest room sat. The walls were familiar, smooth, paint-framed, generic art. The linen closet door slightly ajar as always, and there halfway down was the door to the guest bedroom I'd used. In the image, it was slightly open. Not wide, just a few inches enough to show a sliver of dark inside. The angle of the camera meant you couldn't see much of the interior, just the black slice of negative space. The hallway itself looked empty at first glance, except for Milo. He was lying on the floor just outside my door, body stretched along the wall, front paws out in front of him, head resting on them. His body language in pixels was instantly recognizable, alert, but in that quiet way dogs have when they're watching something and pretending they're not. For a moment, that was all I saw. Dog, door, hallway, night. Then my eyes adjusted to the darker parts of the image. Near the floor, under the crack of my door, the shadow line wasn't clean. At first it looked like digital noise, those little bands of fuzz you get when a camera compresses too much. But when I zoomed in with my fingers, the shapes sharpened instead of breaking apart. I leaned closer to the screen. Right at the threshold where the bottom of the door met the floor, there was a faint, pale curve jutting out into the hallway. Not solid, not detailed. Just a smudge of lighter gray against the darker rug. Another shorter curve beside it. The more I stared, the more my brain stopped seeing artifact and started seeing fingers. The idea lodged in my chest like a swallowed stone. If you lay under a bed that sits low to the ground, there's only so far you can extend your arm. Maybe just to the threshold. Just enough so your fingertips rest under the crack of the door to feel if it opens, to sense movement, to know where the person on the other side is without being seen. That vague, soft shape in the camera still lined up exactly with where someone's hand could have been arm-reaching from under the bed to the doorway fingertips, just touching that line. It could have been nothing, a glitch. The camera picking up a reflection from somewhere, but seeing it there in that grainy frame made my mouth go dry. I scrolled down to reread the email text, then back up to the photo as if the meaning might change with repetition. Paul had added a line I'd glossed over in my first read. That's the hallway camera from that night. Timestamp is about an hour before you ran. We were scrubbing for something else and paused when we saw Milo. We zoomed in on the door. We really don't know if that's a trick of the light or not. My body responded faster than my thoughts. Cold started in the center of my back and moved outwards like someone had poured ice water between my shoulder blades and let gravity handle the rest. My fingers tingled around the edges, and I had to flex my hand to make sure I was still gripping the phone. I swallowed hard and found that even that small movement made my stomach roil. If that smear of pale really was a hand and arm, a person. If I accepted that for a second, then the timeline shifted in a way I had never considered. They weren't just under the bed for the few minutes between the creak and my flashlight. They were there before I turned the lamp off, before the longest quiet, before the creak in the closet, before Milo's low growl. They had been settled in, pressed into that narrow, dark space while I moved around the room, while I brushed my teeth, while I debated putting the chair under the doorknob, while I lay down on top of the covers and scrolled comments about people listening to horror stories in the dark, listening to me breathe. An hour of hearing every floorboard I stepped on, every sigh, every time the mattress springs complained. An hour of having the same ceiling I did, just with a different view of it. I had always thought of my moment at the edge of the bed as catching them, interrupting something in progress. That photo made it feel more like I'd walked in on squatters who'd already made themselves at home. I zoomed in further until the image started to blur. The pale shape lost definition, turned into blocks of gray. I zoomed out again until it looked like fingers. Then I noticed something I'd missed. Milo. His head was down on his paws in the frame, but his eyes were open. Even in the low resolution, you could tell by the glint of pixelated light, the way his pupils were angled. He wasn't looking at the camera. He wasn't looking at the middle distance in that unfocused dog way. He was looking directly at that spot under the cracked door. Not at the dark gap itself, not at the void of the bedroom, but at the exact place where that faint, questionable shape touched the threshold. His gaze lined up with it in a straight, unwavering line. The realization punched the air out of me in a slow, heavy exhale. He'd been watching that invisible spot long before I ever felt something was wrong. Long before I turned off the vent, before I convinced myself houses make noise, before I heard the creak that finally got my attention. There was at least one living thing in that house who had been clocking the intruders the whole time. He just couldn't tell me in a way I understood until it was almost too late. 7-1. Life after the mansion. I wish I could tell you that it faded. That time did the thing everyone says it does. What actually happened is I moved, and the fear came with me like something packed itself carefully in one of my boxes and rode along in the back of the U-Haul. I do not live by a lake now. I live in a one-story rental on the edge of town, the kind of place that shows up halfway down search results when you sort by price low to high. Small yard, chain link fence, patchy grass that looks better at night than it does in daylight. From the street, my house looks forgettable. Faded siding, 2 windows out front, a narrow driveway with just enough room for my aging Honda. There's a little concrete stoop with a railing that wobbles if you lean on it too hard. Somebody before me tried to make it cute by hanging a metal welcome sign near the door. I haven't taken it down, but I don't really believe it. Inside, my furniture is basic. Second-hand couch, cheap coffee table with water rings, a kitchen table that sits too close to the wall. The bedroom is barely a room, just big enough for a double bed, a dresser, and the space to walk sideways between them. It's not the kind of place you picture when you hear the word mansion. That's part of why I picked it. On the front door, I've added things. The standard deadbolt the place came with. Above it, another one I installed myself from a blister pack in the hardware aisle at Walmart, the directions smudged with whatever passed for oil on my fingers. There's a door bar too, the kind you wedge under the knob and angle against the floor, so that if someone tries to force the door, they're pushing against metal and friction, not just whatever faith you have in the screws in your frame. On my phone, I have an app for a $50 camera I bought online. It's mounted high in the hallway, pointed down the short line from my bedroom to the front door. In the mornings, when the sun hits wrong and makes the video grainy, it shows me a warped version of my own life. Me walking from the bathroom to the kitchen, me tossing my keys on the table, me checking the lock one more time when I should already be in bed. At night, it shows a hallway. A couple of framed thrift store prints. The faint rectangle of light from the street coming in around the blinds. Nothing else. Every night, it's the same routine. I start with the windows. There are only 3 that matter: the one over the sink, the one by the couch, the one in my bedroom. I press my fingers down on each latch, feeling for that tiny metal give that says it's fully engaged. Sometimes I tug up on the frames just enough to know they won't move. Then the doors. Back door first, deadbolt turned, knob locked, door bar leaned up nearby in case I want to use it too. Front door, both deadbolts, knob chain. I twist the knob with my left hand, pull with my right, not once, but twice. I've stopped pretending it's just about security. It's also about the feeling of, I did this. I checked. Only when all of that is done do I go into the bedroom. The bed in this place is on legs that are a little too tall. There's more clearance underneath than I want there to be. The first week I was here, I jammed storage bins and old shoeboxes under there like sandbags, as if clutter could act as a defense system. It helps, but not as much as you'd think. There are still gaps. I take my phone thumb, the flashlight on, and kneel. The motion is automatic now. My knees know exactly where to hit the carpet to avoid the one spot where the tack strip is a little too eager. I shine the light under one side of the bed, then the other. Plastic bins dust the forgotten corner of a hoodie sleeve, the glint of my old belt buckle. I hold the beam there for 3-4 seconds longer than is strictly necessary. Long enough for my brain to say you looked. Then I get up, set the phone on the nightstand, and pretend this is normal adult behavior. It's not just big things that set me off now. It's small stuff. A neighbor dropping something heavy on their floor above me in an old building. A branch scraping against the siding when the wind picks up. A floorboard giving just a little more than usual under my own weight. The crackle of the cheap baby monitor sound in the hallway camera app when it auto-adjusts to low light. Those are all things everyone hears. Most people's brains file them under house noises and move on. Mine runs them through a different filter, first hallway motion weight, shifting on wood, someone listening. My heart jumps ahead of the evidence. It's affected the way I show up for other people too. I get asked to dog sit now, and then friends with nicer places, more settled lives, vacations to take. I turn them down. I say I'm too busy, or I blame work, or I make a joke about not being trustworthy with someone else's couch. What I don't say is I don't sleep well in other people's houses anymore. Bedrooms feel like stages now. Beds feel less like places to rest and more like elevated platforms with unseen wings underneath. I've slept on more couches in the past year than I did in my entire 20s, even when the bed is right there, made inviting. On a couch, there's no space directly under you. The floor is just floor. You still might have someone in the room, sure, but they're not 4 inches below your spine. Sometimes, even in my own place, I drag my blanket out to the living room and crash there with my feet tucked up against the armrest, Milo's ghost, replaced by the hum of the fridge and the street noise outside. It's not comfortable, but it's some other word I've settled for. As for the horror channels, that's a weird twist too. I started listening to them again as a test. At first it was ironic, almost spiteful. You got your true horror experience, see if you can handle everyone else's now. I'd put on a video with a title like 3 True Night Shift Horror Stories and wait for my body to react. Sometimes I laughed quietly when the narrator's voice laid it on too thick. When people in the stories made choices I'd like to think I wouldn't make. When the comments filled up with fake, and this sounds like a creepypasta. Other times, a detail would land too close to home, a hallway, a motion sensor, a dog staring at a door, and something inside me would lock up. I'd turn the volume down, not off, and let the storyteller's voice turn into background noise. There's a weird comfort in knowing there are other people out there who have slept in strange houses, heard unexplained footsteps, seen shapes where there shouldn't be shapes. Even if half of those stories are exaggerated or made up, the fear behind them feels familiar. It's less lonely when you realize your particular brand of paranoia has a playlist. I still don't write comments. The closest I've come is this story, and even now I'm not naming the lake or the street. I am not giving anyone coordinates. There was one night in this new place that I don't tell most people about. It was months after I'd moved in, after the routines had settled into my bones. The weather was hot. The little box fan in my window was doing its best, dragging in warm air from the street that smelled faintly like exhaust and cut grass. I'd done all my checks. Locks windows under the bed camera app. Everything looked harmless. Sometime around 3 in the morning, I woke up. No noise that I can point to, just awake. Heart beating fast, mouth dry, the dream already slipping away. The room was dark except for the digital clock and a bit of sodium orange streetlight bleeding in around the blinds. I had the absolute unshakable conviction that someone was lying flat under my bed. Not that they'd just gotten there, that they'd been there a while, that they knew my breathing patterns, that they were waiting for some specific thing I hadn't done yet. I knew it so strongly that my body refused to move. Everything in me screamed to grab the phone roll over, look. Shine the light, prove it right or wrong. That's what I always do. That's the point of the checks, right? You look. Instead, I lay there on my back, staring at the ceiling, feeling the sweat bead at my hairline. My arms felt like they weighed 100 pounds each. My fingers tingled. The idea of leaning over the edge and letting my hand, my face, my eye get anywhere near that gap was suddenly impossible. I listened to the house for hours. I tracked every passing car by the way its headlights seeped through the blinds and slid across the ceiling. I counted the seconds between the fridge cycles in the kitchen. I found myself holding my breath to see if I could hear any tiny corresponding shift beneath me. A creak, a sigh, a suppressed cough. If there was anything, it was folded into the noise of my own blood. I did not look. I stayed like that until the black outside the window softened to blue and the first early commuters started rolling down the street, tires hissing on the pavement. Daylight hit the blinds and some primitive part of me unclenched. I sat up, swung my feet over the side and let them hang there for a full stupid minute, staring at the floor like it might open. Then I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight and did what I always do. Nothing under the bed. Bins, dust, shoes. No eyes, no faces. On paper, nothing really happened that night either. But that was when I realized this isn't just about that house on the lake. It's about what I look for now everywhere I sleep, not ghosts, not monsters. Just the spaces where someone could be lying very still, close enough to touch the floor under my hand. 7.2, the last sound in my own house. Right now, as I type this, it is 3:02 a.m. I am back at a kitchen table again, but it is not the one with a view of black water and glass. It is particle board with a fake wood grain bought flat-packed and assembled with an Allen key that still lives in the junk drawer. The surface is nicked near my right wrist where I dropped a mug last winter. The only light in the room comes from the cheap overhead fixture and the glow of my laptop screen. The bulb over me buzzes faintly, a tired insect sound. The laptop fan hums low and constant, radiating a band of warmth that stops just short of my fingers on the keys. Behind me, the fridge is doing its usual thing, cycling between a dull compressor rumble and a higher, more nasal whine when it really gets going. Outside the kitchen window, beyond the crooked blinds, I can see the smear of orange from the streetlights on the next block. Every so often, a car rolls by out there, tires hissing on pavement, bass thumping faintly through the glass if their music is up. Somewhere in the neighborhood, a siren winds faintly rising, then falling as it passes on some other emergency that has nothing to do with me. The wall behind my back pops every now and then as the night air cools the siding. It is the exact kind of soundscape that used to help me sleep, small human noises layered over the bigger mechanical ones. Proof that the world was still turning. I am writing about the moment I saw them, the part where I leaned over the edge of the bed, flashlight beam knifing under the frame, and the faces resolved out of the dark. Marla's eye blown wide in the light, the man's hand over her mouth, the old scar on his knuckles. My fingers tapped the words out. There was a human eye staring back at me. As I hit the period, the fridge clicks off. It is a small sound. I've heard it 1,000 times, just a relay snapping, the hum dropping out. Under normal circumstances, my brain would barely register it. But tonight, it lines up perfectly with the end of that sentence, like someone threw a switch, not just on the appliance, but on the whole room. The hum dies, and with it, everything else seems to dim. No car passes outside, no siren winds in the distance. The neighbors who normally have a TV going or slam a cabinet or drop something on the floor right when I'm trying to concentrate go perfectly quiet. The laptop fan keeps spinning, but somehow that sound steps back too, like it's behind glass. For a moment, the silence sits on my chest. I become uncomfortably aware of smaller noises, the tiny plasticky clap of each key as my fingers hesitate over them, the whisper of my skin dragging on the tabletop when I shift my hand, the chair creaking under my weight when I lean back even half an inch, a faint, almost inaudible tick in the wall near the light switch. I stop typing. The cursor on the screen blinks at the end of the sentence about the eye. The room feels like it is waiting for the next word. This kind of hush is not unfamiliar to me anymore. It's what I listen for half-consciously in every space I live in. That odd, slightly wrong gap where all the independent noises in a place seem to hold their breath at once. I tell myself it is nothing, a coincidence, power fluctuation. My ears ringing and choosing the worst moment to announce themselves. From where I sit, I can see into the short hallway that leads to my bedroom. The door is open, the interior dark, just a rectangle of deeper black against the dimness of the hall. The cheap carpet in there looks dull gray from here, the bed a darker block beyond. I stare at that doorway, and for a second I see the lake house overlay my little rental, the long hallway with the linen closet, the guest room door half open, Milo's body stretched along the wall. Motion logs and grainy still frames float up uninvited. The silence stretches. The street stays empty. No headlights leak around the blinds. The fridge does not kick back on. I realize I am holding my breath. I force a slow exhale through my nose, the sound loud in the new quiet. My chest feels tight. The rational part of my brain starts pulling down all the usual explanations. Old houses shift. Compressors cycle. Sometimes the timing is weird, that's all. My fingers move toward the keys again. If I just keep writing, if I push through, maybe I can outrun the feeling. That is when I hear it. From the bedroom, just beyond that open doorway. A single soft squeak of wood underweight. It's tiny, smaller than the creak of my chair, smaller than the pop in the wall. But my body recognizes it instantly, the way you recognize a familiar voice in a crowded room. It is the particular sound of that one floorboard under the foot of my bed. The one that complains every time I shove a box a little too far underneath, or step too close to the frame when I'm changing the sheets. A slow, compressed groan like someone shifted their weight there and then stopped. The hairs on my arms stand up so fast it almost hurts. The doorway to the bedroom, which was just a rectangle a second ago, feels like a mouth now. Darkness pressed into a neat shape. My mind helpfully supplies an image I didn't ask for, someone standing just out of sight, 1 foot planted on that board, listening. My first instinct is to freeze. Every lesson I've learned from that week at the lake shouts at me. You know this sound. Don't pretend you don't. Don't smooth it over with the house is settling just because that's easier to live with. My second instinct, right on its heels, is to explain it away. Maybe it's the building settling. Maybe the neighbor upstairs shifted on their mattress at the exact right angle for the weight to travel down and flex my board. Maybe gravity decided to make a point. My eyes don't leave the dark cutout of the doorway. The mechanical hush stretches even thinner. The laptop fan whirs quiet and useless. My own pulse is in my ears again, that old, unwelcome drum. I start to open my mouth to say something stupid to the empty room. Okay, very funny. Or don't do this tonight just to break the spell. Before I can, my phone lights up on the table next to the laptop. The sudden rectangle of white in the corner of my vision makes me jump harder than the floorboard did. The chime that comes with it, a little synthesized ding I've heard 100 times, slices through the quiet like a dropped plate. On the screen is a push notification from an app that was supposed to help me sleep. Motion detected, hallway camera, bedroom, 3:02 a.m. There is no one else who should be in my home. 7.3, the last thing I am willing to know. The notification just sits there on the screen. A little gray box at the top of my phone, polite and neutral motion detected. Hallway camera, bedroom, 3:02 a.m. All I would have to do is tap it. The part of my thumb that touches the glass tingles like the nerves there understand the weight of that one small gesture better than the rest of me. I know exactly what happens when I tap the app. Opens the clip, loads, the hallway appears in that washed-out night vision gray, and for 10 or 15 seconds, I get to watch my own house from the outside, the way I watched Paul and Jenna's hallway. It should be simple. People do this all the time, I tell myself. Parents checking on kids, pet owners checking on dogs, paranoid guys in small rentals checking to make sure wind didn't blow the curtain wrong. The idea of watching it makes my stomach knot up anyway, because I know what else that view can show you. The fridge is still off. The siren outside that had been sliding up and down the edge of hearing is gone. No cars roll by. My neighbors, for once, are not stomping around or dropping something heavy right over my head. The silence hangs on thick and sticky. In that quiet, I hear things I usually do not. The tiny plastic tick of the laptop's keys when I shift my hand, the slight rasp of my palm on the cheap table finish my own breath, bouncing back at me from the blank wall. From the bedroom beyond the open doorway, something moves. It is such a small sound that on any other night I could have filed it under nothing and never thought about it again. A faint brush like fabric skimming wood, or the long, soft sigh of bed springs giving a fraction of an inch and then settling. I cannot tell if it's real or a trick my brain is playing on the silence. That is part of the problem. I stare at the doorway. The rectangle of darkness beyond it feels exactly the way the guest hallway did in the mansion that night, like a throat I'd have to walk down. Rationally, I can stack up explanations. Old buildings breathe. Materials expand and contract. My upstairs neighbor might have shifted in their own bed, and the sound traveled weirdly through joists and drywall. But I also know the specific weight and pitch of that one board under my bed. I know what it sounds like when something presses into it. And now I have a time-stamped motion alert telling me that at the same moment my ears decided to panic, my cheap little camera in that hallway saw something move. This is the part where I am supposed to do the obvious things. I should call 911 and be the problem of some bleary operator who will ask me if the intruder has a weapon, and I will say, I don't know, I haven't looked. I should grab the closest thing shaped like a weapon kitchen knife blunt object, the stupid metal door bar, and either go check the bedroom or get the hell out of the apartment. I should wake up a friend, text somebody, knock on a neighbor's door, make noise, call my landlord and tell him his floors creak too loud and his tenants see too much. Instead, I sit there for another long, stupid moment, my hand hovering over my phone, the cursor on my laptop still blinking at the end of the sentence. There is no one else who should be in my home. The real fear buzzing under my skin isn't just that someone might be in my bedroom right now. It's what that someone would mean. If I tap that alert and see nothing but my empty hallway, maybe I get to chalk this up as a nervous system that has been tuned too tightly since that week on the lake. Maybe I learn that my little camera is sensitive to car lights or shadows or the glitchy moods of cheap tech. If I tap it and see something else, if I see movement under the crack of the bedroom door or a shape slipping past my camera's field of view, or God forbid an arm hanging over the edge of my bed, then the story I've been telling myself about one bad job in 2018 evaporates. It stops being a freak week and starts being a category. A way some people live, a way some other people hide. That's the dread. Not ghosts, not curses, just the idea that the mansion wasn't an exception, it was practice. I push my chair back. The legs scrape across the kitchen tile with a harsh, dragging sound that makes me flinch. I stand up slowly, knees stiff, every part of my body expecting the floor under me to complain the way that board in the bedroom did. It doesn't. That almost makes it worse. The doorway to the bedroom is to my right. The front door is straight ahead. I do not walk toward the bedroom. Each step toward the door feels like a decision I'm going to have to explain to myself later. I grab my keys from the little bowl on the counter, my wallet off the table. I leave the laptop open screen glowing softly with this document. The last line I wrote about the motion alert waits there, a half-formed thought. I pick up my phone notification still sitting on the lock screen and stuff it in my pocket without tapping it. It vibrates once as it settles, as if reminding me it's there, that it knows something my eyes don't yet. At the front door, I take a breath and listen one more time. The fridge is still silent. The bedroom is still dark. Somewhere in the building, faintly water runs through pipes. A toilet flushes upstairs. Life going on in parallel. I unlock both deadbolts as quietly as I can, slide the chain off and pull the door open just enough to slip out. The hallway outside smells like old carpet and someone's overcooked dinner from earlier. I step out and pull the door closed behind me. The lock clicks. I turn both deadbolts from the outside one and then the other, as if that matters now. Out here under the sodium lights of the parking lot, the world looks washed out and grainy like a security clip. The few cars that live here sit in their spots, paint dull under the orange glow. Someone's porch light flickers across the way, trying to decide between on and off. My breath fogs in the cold air, small white clouds that disappear almost as soon as they form. I take my phone out again. The notification is still there, patient. I swipe it open. The app comes up, the little spinning wheel telling me it's loading the clip. I do not press play. Not yet. I stand there on the cracked asphalt outside my own front door, feet in worn-out sneakers, keys in one hand, my entire bedroom reduced to a thumbnail in the other. Inside, the laptop is still open on the table, this story sitting on the last line I typed, waiting for an ending. Here is where I could tell you I did the brave thing, that I went back in swinging, that I checked the bed and found it empty and learned something about fear and resilience. I could also tell you that I pressed play, right there saw a hand slide out from under the bed, and moved into a third-floor unit with no storage space underneath anything. Both of those would be cleaner stories than the one I am actually living. The truth is, I do not want to know while I am still standing 10 feet from the door that leads to the room in question. So I make a smaller choice, a selfish one. I open my email app instead. I paste everything I have written tonight into a message. The whole thing, Mansion Dog Deputies logs the still frame with the almost fingers, the motion alert on my own camera. I address it to one of those horror channels I used to fall asleep to. The ones where people send true stories and strangers rate how believable their worst nights sound. In the subject line, I type, "Under the bed, lake house, and after." My thumb hovers over send. By the time you hear this or read it or let it rattle around in your head while you lie in your own bed somewhere, I will either still be checking under my mattress every night in some other rental, or I will have stopped. Not because I healed, because something finally decided I was asleep enough to stay. The real horror for me isn't that there might be someone under there right now. It's that I will never have a reliable number for how many nights in how many houses people have lain inches above strangers' faces, both of them breathing the same air through the same mattress, one of them blissfully unaware, the other holding their breath to stay that way. I pull up the motion alert screen again. The clip is ready now, frozen on the first frame. A dark doorway in low-res gray, a slice of my bed, a sliver of floor. My thumb rests over the play button. The parking lot hums softly around me, light buzzing, distant highway, a low, constant sigh. I am standing outside my own front door, I tell you, and if I press play and see a hand hanging over the edge of my bed, I will never sleep in any bed again. So I am going to end this here, send it to you, and let you decide which is worse. Knowing for sure something was under you, or living the rest of your life with that one floorboard creak echoing in your head. I hit send. As the phone confirms, the message is gone out of my control, now heading towards some inbox where it will become content. A single faint creak drifts through the wall at my back. Could be a neighbor. Could be the building settling. Could be nothing at all. That is where I'm stopping.